Good evening, friends. Welcome, welcome. Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. As we check in live from Studio 5 just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. Although here we're in the sim, we are in the cockpit of the 737-700 series from Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. Although, apparently today is the day that the 737-800 dropped for 2024. So as of today, I have one fewer excuse not to switch over. But fear not, I do plan to switch over from 2020 to 2024 here in the next coming weeks. There's a few days in early January that I won't be able to stream for you for this or that personal obligation, and I'm planning on using that stretch of time to get 2024 up and running. I do have it installed. I just have to get the planes installed and controls configured, and then we'll maybe give it a whirl. But yeah, for tonight, even though the big news of the day is very, very exciting for a lot of us, really, honestly, but we are still in the 737-700 series, and we're in Flight Sim 2020. But the beautiful thing about that is that the 737-7 is the one that has this specialty livery, which we call Maryland 1. It's the Maryland flag superimposed on top of the aircraft. And this is based on a real-world livery. Southwest, of course, has a lot of different specialty liveries. This was one of the first ones they did, actually. And, of course, in Maryland, we are very, very proud of our state flag that we think is just one of the most unique and amazing ones in the Union. And so it was only natural, of course, with BWI Airport being such a big hub for Southwest, it was only natural that that would be one of the first ones that they recognized. The reason we're flying the Homer livery today is we're flying home. The Chicago ARTCC is inviting us home for the holidays. Oh, this just popped up right in front of us here. But if you ever want to know what events are happening within VATUSA, VATUSA.net, Pilot Tools, Events Calendar. And here we are, the 19th of December, Home for the Holidays Friday Night Ops event, featuring Chicago O'Hare, Chicago Midway, and Milwaukee. And I was like, well, that's a beautiful sentiment. Of course, it is the holiday season, but I don't live in Chicago. So if I'm going to go home for the holidays, I'm not going to go to Chicago. I'm going to fly into Baltimore. Of course, I live down on Maryland's eastern shore now. Baltimore and the suburban area of Baltimore has been my home for most of my life. But for the last 3.5, almost coming up on 4 years now, I've lived down on the eastern shore. However, BWI is still, I guess, sort of my home airport in terms of the main commercial passenger airport that I fly in and out of whenever I have to go somewhere. So, matter of fact, I just took my oldest child back to BWI this past Monday. So yeah, that's where we're going to be ending tonight. We're starting in Omaha, Nebraska. And we're going to fly 2 real-world Southwest legs, Omaha to Midway, and then Midway to BWI. And the cool thing about this, these are both real-world Southwest legs. I'm signed on, normally I would be Southwest 514 or maybe sometimes Southwest 5514. I chose 2514 today because that is actually a real Southwest flight number that flies from Midway to Baltimore. Now, it's not a real flight number from Omaha to Midway. We're just going to keep the same flight number for both legs. But when we get to the second leg, 2514 is indeed a real-world flight number that does that trip from Midway down to BWI. So we'll be adhering to reality just that tiny little bit much more when we get to that second trip. Hang on one second. Hopefully Mrs. Slant is taking care of the chaos going on behind me. The other thing I wanted to remind you guys is that we have our Slant Artwork Adventure activity running tonight. This is an activity that we have replaced the Alphabets raffle. We no longer are doing the Alphabets raffle. So the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. We've got the Alphabet serial icon that represents those. They are no longer used for joining that raffle. We still do the landing rate raffle, and we're going to go back from doing that every other month to doing that every month. We're going to pull that landing rate raffle on January the 1st next time. However, wifey messaging me about the pups. However, As far as the Twitch channel points go, we now have this activity called Slant Artwork Adventure. And the way this works is if you cash in 500 points, you end up in the queue to participate in the adventure. And when I have a moment that I'm not busy handling the aircraft, I'll call your name, and I will ask you what you would like to add to or modify within the prompt that we're sending into an AI art generator to create our artwork project for the day. This is the one that we are working on tonight. I said for a Southwest 737-700 in Maryland 1 livery flies past Baltimore's Inner Harbor. Now I'm not sure why it's flying so low past the Inner Harbor. That was just ChatGPT's interpretation of my prompt, but that is a really actually nice and realistic image of Baltimore's Inner Harbor. That's the National Aquarium right there. This is what we call our World Trade Center. Not quite as impressive as the ones that used to stand in New York, but this is I think it's still the world's tallest five-sided building. It is a pentagon-shaped building there that's it's what, about 25, 30 stories tall. And then the rendering there of the rest of the Inner Harbor area, Harbor Place, and some of the big hotels. The stadiums would be out of the image to the west here. Camden Yards would be just off to the left. And then M&T Bank Stadium, where the Ravens play, would be over our left shoulder, kind of. If we're facing north here, it looks like Camden Yards would be directly to our northwest here. And then M&T Bank Stadium would be off to almost our direct left, maybe even over our left shoulder, slightly southwest of this position, if I had to guess. But anyway, so that's how you get in on that action if you want to cash in 500 points of your Twitch channel points, and then I will just shout at you when it is your turn to let me know what you would like to add to that prompt or modify in that prompt. We'll feed it into the generator and we'll see what happens. I always start with something semi-serious and start with something that's semi-reflective of the flight that we're doing that day. Of course, we haven't been doing this that long, but that's what I've kind of decided that I'll be doing with this activity. We'll start with a flight that's representative of an image that's representative of the day's stream, but then you guys, as you cash in those points and participate and modify that prompt, you can kind of take it in whichever direction you like. R6 Chavez would like to get in on it already, so R6, why don't you just let me know what you'd like to do. And while I'm waiting for your response, I'll say hi to some other folks that are here in the chat. R6 Chavez was indeed the first one to stop in and say hi. Bed Dave is also here. Kinney Monster will be clearing Mig Alley en route to Minneapolis for no charge. Thank you, Kinney. We appreciate that. Who else stopped in? Bed Dave came in with a resubscription. Thank you very kindly for that. Oh, no, that was not a resubscription. That was a watch streak. Bed Dave, though, is a very long-time supporter of the channel, so Bed Dave, we appreciate you either way. JJ is here as well. And we did have a gifted subscription there from Mustafa to Tim Dog. I wonder if Tim Dog just won the drawing over on the Mustafa channel. So there you go. Thank you very much to Tim Dog for choosing that subscription. And oh, he did a while back. Okay, there you go. There you go. Well, thank you very kindly, Moose. Good to see you. By the way, Moose, you need to check your Discord DMs if you have not already. All right. R6 wants to add a blue crab as the captain and first officer to that image. Okay, I've got ChatGPT chewing on that, R6. We'll show you the results here in just a few minutes. Oh, you did see it and was going to try and play it tonight? Awesome. It doesn't have to be tonight, but whenever. I know you said you had a Christmas-themed Moose After Dark coming up sometime after the holiday, so that's fine. But, yeah, just I was pretty proud of how that turned out, so wanted to make sure that you saw it. All right, friends, let's go ahead and just jump into the cockpit here and get the aircraft up and running and get going here. Let's get to my flow list for the 737. And we got all the switches, knobs, and dials in the initial places. Let us start by connecting the ground power and ground air conditioning. So we'll go to ground services and request that. Let's open all the doors and hatches. So the entry door is already open. We'll open the cargo and equipment hatches there. We'll come back and we'll set our payload and fuel. The payload I'm just going to set random, and we'll just make sure that it is a reasonable random number that comes up. So yeah, 126 out of 148, that is reasonable. Heading to Chicago, that would be probably typically a fairly full flight, so there you go. And so then we'll return, and we'll do the fuel. I have calculated for both legs 23,500, so pretty close to what it defaults to there. 23,500, so we won't be taking on any additional fuel in Chicago, but this should get us both legs plus alternates, reserves, and contingencies. Up top we go then, and we will get the battery switch on, get the emergency lights armed and guarded, we'll get the position lights steady and the logo lights and the wheel well lights. Ground power bus active over here. And we will start our IRS knobs aligning. And, you know, I have that set to the unrealistically short time of 30 seconds. It takes about 10 minutes. But we can come back and do the yaw dampers later on. Let us, while we're waiting on that, we can... Doesn't look like we've got an ATIS information running at Omaha. We do have Minneapolis Center, which is on right now on 133.4, so it looks like that will be our controller for this airport, but let's just get a METAR for KOMA. 2965, and the wind is 160 at 14. So 2965. Kind of come down here and get that punched in, 2965. Oh, don't have the screens up yet. So I guess I'm not doing that, am I? They are flashing. We can go nav, and yaw damper can be turned on there. We'll go ahead and set the, so 133.4 is the only frequency that we've got. Whoops, down here. 133.4. The only active frequency that we've got is Minneapolis Center. So we'll just get that dialed in as our primary frequency on COM1. Swap that over. We are transmitting and receiving. Okay, and we are indeed receiving on that, so that's good. And then it looks like our screens are starting to come up. We don't have a position entered yet, so that's why we don't have the displays lit up. But at the very least now we can set that altimeter, which was what now? 2965. Field elevation here, 985 feet, and yep, that's almost dead center as to what's showing there. Let's get down to the FMC now. We'll go to position initialize. We'll go to the next page. These two GPS units are reading exactly the same, which is good. They normally do that. So we'll get that punched in. And by the way, that should light up our displays. Yeah, so we're good there now. Let's go to our route. Our origin is KOMA. Our destination is KMDW. Our departure... Yeah, there's no. It's yeah, it is the Omaha one. There's no. We don't know which. Don't know which runway, but we can take a stab. If the wind is 160 at 14, chances are we're going to depart on either 14 left or 14 right. And normally the departure runway is the closest one to the terminal, and that's not always the case. I don't know how the airport operation works here, but typically that's the case, so we'll just say 14 right for departure. And then if we have to change it, we can. Is it indeed... Oh, there's no, it's just radar vectors to Jalop, so there's no... doesn't really change if we change runways, some performance numbers change, but not significantly enough that I would worry about it. So we'll just select 14 right, Omaha 1, and then I guess I don't think I pulled it up there. Omaha 1 departure, I guess we do need to kind of know what is on that. Top altitude will be Jets 5,000, and it is indeed just radar vectors to assigned route, so it's 5,000. Expect cleared flight level in 10, so we'll fill in a couple of those little pieces of information. 5,000, expect cruise in 10, 133.4, and we're going to assume departure runway of 14 right. So we got that all filled in now, and again, we got some of our best guesses in there. But, yeah. And now in terms of our arrival into Midway, we can cheat and get a best guess. .ATIS, KMDW ATIS, just to take a stab and see what approach we're going to be using up there. This could change. This is just us getting our best guess. But for right now, let's just see what we think it might be. RNAV Yankee runway 22 left is what they are advertising. So again, that might change by the time we get there, but we'll put that in for now, and we'll be ready to brief that. And then if it changes, we'll adapt to the new plan on the fly. RNAV Yankee runway 22 left.
QPS 711 heavy radar contact, say altitude.
Okay, so we'll punch that in. So let's just go to the departures and arrivals. Arrivals to Midway. We're going to be on the ND8 from Jalap, and it is the RNAV Yankee 22 left. Is that what I said? RNAV Yankee 22 left is indeed right. And we'll put, just in case we need to go all the way out to steer, we'll do that. We may not. We may be able to shortcut ourselves to one of the earlier ones, but we'll put it in as steer, just in case we end up going that far out and having to use all those points. Better to have a couple extra points and then skip past them than to not have enough points in. So that's how we'll handle that. Activate and execute. We'll go to performance. Cost index will just be 74 because why not? Reserves, I have calculated 5.2. That's to get us to our reserve of Milwaukee, or our alternate of Milwaukee, plus alternates, reserves, and contingencies. Zero fuel weight, I'm going to just double click and that'll auto-populate in for us. I think we put in 310. So it looked like every aircraft on this route in the real world files 310. Even though the plane says it's capable of 370, every single plane in this real world, as far as FlightAware's route analysis was concerned, had 310 as the final cruise. So I guess there's probably a reason for that, and we'll just go with it. Unable 250 at Indy. Okay, well, we'll see why that is when we get there. We'll just have to manually intervene and make that happen. That's fine.
United 1382, contact Chicago.
We'll go ahead and execute that. We'll go to the N1 limits. In a real-world situation, if you're captain of this ship, you would need to run performance numbers to see if it was safe to use a lower takeoff thrust setting or a lower climb thrust setting and still have enough performance to do that safely, because that saves fuel, it saves wear and tear on the engines. Since I'm not a real-world captain, I'm not concerned about saving fuel or wear and tear on the engines. I'm going to go ahead and skip past that. We'll leave it as fully rated thrust for both. Takeoff flaps is going to be 5. Center of gravity, we'll just double-click and let it calculate for us. 6.8 is going to be the trim. We'll get there in just a moment. And the V-speeds are as follows. V1 is your abort speed, so if we get to 130 knots, if we have any safety critical items occur prior to reaching 130, we'll abort takeoff. If we get to 130, we will take any safety critical issues with us into the air by rotating 3 knots later when we get to 133 knots. If we have 2 good engines, we'll pitch to 159. If we've got 1 good engine, we'll pitch to 139 at that time. Okay. Let's jump up top to the mode control panel. The V2 plus 20, I'm going to dial in here 159. The initial heading, I'm going to just assume runway heading until we're told something different. So 142 is what we'll plan on for now, unless we are given something else off the runway. So one, oh, it says 242, so we'll just knock exactly 100 off of that. The initial altitude we said was 5,000 for jets. Get that dialed in. And nothing to do with the course knobs. We'll arm the auto throttle. We'll get the flight directors turned on. We will get
United 377, contact Kansas City,
data.
25.72.
Did that come on? Yeah, data and traffic. And we'll get the... So that point Jalop is pretty far away.
2414 Bravo, are you still on this frequency?
So we'll leave it right there. That's an 80-mile ring, so that'll give us a good mark of where Jalop is from our position. I mean, we know basically that when we take off, we're going to be approximately a 110 to that initial point, so we'll just plan for that once we are told to turn on course. Aim ourselves toward about a 110 plus or minus, and then we'll get ourselves direct. FMC is done. Mode control panel, speed, heading, altitude, auto throttle, flight directors, and modes. We're going to start in heading select and VNAV.
You are radar contact about 40 west of Grand Island for level 390.
Plan, traffic, and data. So yeah, we don't need to see the plan. We're good there with the map version. And we can set the auto brake to RTO. And then the transponder code and mode set. As you know, as a matter of fact, since we're going to start in heading mode, I'm going to go ahead and go into the legs page. Yeah, it's going to leave that vector lib in there. That's fine. We'll just leave the vector leg in there. And we do have some fuel in the center tank. That's good information to have for right now. All right, so transponder code and mode 2425 is what...
United 1470, contact Chicago Center 127.77. 127.77, have a good night, United.
What VATSIM radar says is our code. Actually, didn't realize I didn't actually even get the IFR clearance. I kind of just assumed it. But we'll check in with the controller and we'll get that information, and then we'll just let them know that we're kind of ready to taxi, or ready to push rather. Well, I guess we probably don't need to let them know we're ready to push. We're over here at this terminal ramp. Yeah, we don't need to. This is not a named taxiway. I guess it's golf up to here, and then it's not a named taxiway as it comes around here. So we'll just probably call them short of Alpha 1 to head up to the runway.
Good day.
I'll go ahead and plan our pushback. Just to kind of go straight back here. We'll go ahead and request that, but not gonna rock and roll with that until we've gotten our IFR clearance at least.
Malicious 1 Minneapolis, Center Roger.
Hey, we know that name. Alright, let's check in with the controller, make sure we got our clearance, make sure all the information that I've pre-filled in and assumed is indeed actually correct.
Roger, that's maintain Mach 0.80. We got to start slowing you down for sequence ahead to O'Hare.
0.80 for United 29.
Minneapolis Center, Southwest 2514 on the ground at Omaha, IFR to Midway.
Southwest 2514, Chicago, correction, Minneapolis Center, hello, clear from O'Hare Airport to, correction, clear from the Omaha Airport to the Midway Airport is filed. I'll maintain 5,000, departures at frequency, squawk 2425.
As filed, 5,000, your frequency, 2425, Southwest 2514.
South 2514, read back correct, push start at your own discretion, advise that it taxi runway 14 right for departure, the Omaha altimeter 2965.
2965, we'll expect 14 right, we'll shout at you in a few, Southwest 2514. Okay, so everything as expected. And as filed literally means you can just turn right to that first point. However, I expect we will get a heading off of the runway, such as fly runway heading, which would override that. But as of right now, our clearance said we can turn right to that point, Jala.
American 7-4, contact Chicago Center 127.77.
All right, we are ready to rock. Let's go ahead and get the doors all closed.
No worries, American 7-4, 127.77.
777. Have a good night, American 7.
Let us come up top and get the left inner fuel pump on for the APU.
Up to 648, go ahead.
Roger, it just looks like you disconnected there. Oh, okay, you're back, never mind.
Parking brake.
FedEx
Set.
3471, turn left heading 020. Hit the vectors for the sequence. FedEx 3471.
Go up top and we'll get the window heat all on.
20, vectors for the sequence.
Pressurization is going to be 31,000.
Night 762 Heavy, final
Landing altitude is going to be 600.
That is 762 Minneapolis, radar contact as reported. That is 762.
APU buses.
0.82 United 762.
I guess the APU buses should come on after the APU comes on, so I guess I forgot to skip that one line there. Did I get everything else? Hatches and doors, seatbelt signs. Yeah, I missed that too.
United 777, flight level 25.
Okay, let's run through that again, make sure I didn't miss anything else. Hatches and doors, seatbelt signs, left inner fuel pump, APU, parking brake, window heat, pressurization, APU buses. Okay, so we're waiting on the APU buses. That's spooling up. We'll make sure it's not a runaway temperature. It does look like it's spiking and then settling.
United 1023, contact Kansas City Center 125.72.
125.72 for United 1023. Have a good night.
Delta 428, contact Chicago Center 127.77. Good day.
Okay, as soon as the electricity is available, we'll get that switched over. We'll get the electric switched over, ISO valves open, and the APU bleeds on. So we get the electric switched over and the air conditioning switched over. So at that point, APU bleed on, ISO valve open, packs can come to auto.
Twins at and maintain 11,000.
And we can come down stairs and disconnect our ground power and air conditioning, and yes, we did verify that the parking brake was set, and we've removed the wheel shocks as well. Oh, we need to get rolling here. Been a little bit late pushing back. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Southwest Flight 2514 with service to Chicago Midway. We are going to be pushing back here from the gate momentarily, about 5 minutes late. We're hoping to be wheels up by quarter till the hour. If we're up by 10 till the hour, then we're going to call that close enough to on time. Once we're airborne, it should be 1 hour, 6 minutes in the air to Midway. We'll be cruising at 31,000 feet today. The weather here at Omaha is fairly favorable. We don't have any major issues. We do have some freezing warnings up in the upper atmosphere, but no major issues on the surface. Should be a nice, smooth departure for you out of Omaha and a smooth flight to Chicago. We've got some precipitation in the Chicago area, but we'll update you on the weather situation once we get a little closer to there. For now, sit back, relax, get those seatbelts tightly fastened for us, and we'll be underway shortly. Thanks again for flying with us on Southwest Airlines Flight 2514's service to Chicago Midway.
I understand, obviously, that there, as accidents happen, that's totally fine, but you are in a pretty tight sequence, so just
anti-collision.
being here does kind of upset that.
Light on, wheel well, light off.
So let me know as soon as you can if any other issues.
Niter is going to be, we're eastbound, so we'll...
While we were just trying to zoom out, the scroll wheel hit the button. So we're fixing it now. Shouldn't be too long.
Fuel pumps can come up.
Okay, Roger. Thank you very much.
Electric hydro pumps can come on. And we'll go ahead and commence our pushback.
Okay, multiple people checked in again. United 658, Minneapolis Center, Clemente.
The right-hand engine will get underway. So we'll go to pack off and ground start.
And was that Korean Air 037 saying you're back?
Okay, just verify we're not backing into anybody.
Papa, Minneapolis Center. Hello, I got you. Welcome.
Okay, once we get to about 20%, we get fuel in.
Delta 856, contact Chicago Center on 127.77.
12777, Delta 856. Yeah.
FedEx 3471, just amend altitude, maintain flight level 29029, and that is going to be the final today.
Should hear the start valve click off in just a second.
United 777, if I didn't already do it, you are radar contact about 50 miles south of Grand Island, level 350.
Parking brake now resets. Done with that. Let's go up top. Pack can come back on. That pack can come off. Ground start. And we can also get the electricity on the number 2. Rocking and rolling. %. Get some fuel in.
Air France 136 Papa, cross Obster at and maintain flight level 320.
And center, up to 40, we're back on track. Sorry about that.
Up to 648, okay, no worries. Thank you very much. What's your normal Mach number?
Just about
Okay,
there.
so that's
It's,
clicked
0.91,
off. We can get the
0.91.
pack back on. Get the
Upjet, or correction, upjet 6048.
electricity
Okay,
switched over.
roger
So
that. Let's maintain Mach point
engine's
87
now
for
providing
traffic.
electricity
Level
and air
down,
conditioning.
full sequence.
So we can
Yep,
go
down,
APU,
748.
ISO valve off, and
Minneapolis Center,
APU off.
flight level 350.
At a 936 Minneapolis Center item.
This is where we would do our control surface check. I don't have an indicator
United 7,
on the
7,
screen
contact
anywhere for
Dallas
that,
City Center 125,
but we can just check and make sure all of our hardware works at least.
12572 for United.
Takeoff flaps will be set to 5. Takeoff trim 6.8.
At a 2329 Minneapolis Center item.
Almost 7.
936, radar contact 70 southwest of Grand Island for level 350.
There we go. And then we'll jump up top, get our probe heat on, and then that should clear off our last warnings.
3471 cleared direct to Myers.
Do a recall check and a config check. Let's see if we can release the parking brake. Yeah, sometimes you have to go back into this toolbar pushback and release the parking brake that way.
Maintain flight level 310.
Alright, so we'll manual hold the brakes.
Canada 46 contact.
Run the throttles up. There's no config warning, so we're good to go.
Delta 775 contact Chicago Center on a 126.87.
Away we go. So starting the taxi at 7:44. We were supposed to be airborne by about now, but we're not going to be but a few minutes late. So pouring ourselves northbound, and if we're aiming at a 320 direction, then we're heading up to 14.
Roger, thank you.
And that should be Alpha 1 that we're short of. Yep, okay. Center Southwest 2514, short of Alpha 1 at Omaha, ready to taxi.
South 2514, runway 14 right, taxi via Alpha, advise, ready.
14 right via Alpha, Southwest 2514.
At a 2329, you are radar contact, 80 miles southwest of Grand Island, flight level 370.
Okay, we'll do a quick brake check on the ramp. Brakes are working fine.
FedEx 3471, contact Chicago Center on 127.77. Malicious 1, contact Minneapolis approach on 135.47.
As soon as we get around the bend here, we'll get up to a little bit more of a southwest taxi speed.
United 3234 Minneapolis Center, climb and maintain flight level 310. United 658, clear direct zipper. United 658, clear direct zipper. Sun Country
R6 is ready to join the conga line to ORD. Unfortunately, I'm going in the Midway, so it shouldn't be as much of a conga line, but since we're all entering that same airspace, it may be, we may get some sequencing anyway. Here's, by the way, the Slant Artwork Adventure. We do have the Blue Crabs now as the pilot and first officer, captain and first officer, rather, of our Southwest.
Thank you very much.
737 flying over the Baltimore Harbor.
United 936, contact Kansas City Center.
Anybody else wants to get in on that, go ahead and cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, at the bottom of the chat panel. And then once you get my attention. By the way, exclamation point art. If you put in the points and you realize I have not acknowledged you, you can put in exclamation point art to grab my attention. Of course, I'm very busy with the aircraft that I'll still defer that, but we can weather radar, terrain radar, transponder TA, and RA. Minimum departure fuel 12025, and we've got plenty because we've got enough for 2 legs, so we've got almost twice that. Let's go ahead and alert our cabin crew. Cleggy, the Smeggy is with us. Hey, Cleggy, how are you? Alright, let's go ahead and say that they've reported back that the cabin's secure and ready to go.
Etihad 205 Minneapolis Center, IDA.
Continuous ignition is on, ×2. And then we'll get our position lights and forward-facing lights on, ready to go. Center Southwest 2514, short of 14, right Omaha, ready.
South 2514 Minneapolis Center, flight runway heading, runway 14 right, clear for takeoff, 1160 at 14.
Runway heading 14 right, clear for takeoff, Southwest 2514. So, as predicted, I did get a runway heading. So we were cleared as filed, meaning proceed to your direct first waypoint. However, that runway heading now overrides that, and we just need to fly the runway heading until we are vectored toward it.
936 Minneapolis.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's get that correct. I think I had that in the wrong position.
United 23.
Yeah, that should have been in steady. Now it should be in strobe and steady.
125.72.
Now it should be in strobe and steady. Alright, so we would do a quick spin up to about 40% of the engines to make sure there's no vibrations or other warnings. That always kind of throws my throttles off when I return them to the lowest position after we turn things over to the autopilot. So I'm just going to go right to Toga from here. We'll assume that we spooled the engines up slightly and everything's looking good. So Toga is coming at you.
Toga 1098, Minneapolis Center, roger.
Airspeed line.
Okay, let's get the forward pressure on the yoke until we get to 80.
80 knots.
Okay, we can let that go.
United 2806, did you check in as well?
And we're out of rotation speed.
United 936, Minneapolis.
Get it up to about 15.
Positive rate.
Okay, gear can come up.
Upjet 6048, contact Chicago Center.
Pitch to maintain the V2 plus 20 until we get to 1,000 feet. Okay, there's 1,000. We'll hand the command over. We'll start retracting flaps. Where's it going?
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Auto throttle's on. We're in VNAV. Yeah, what's going on there?
United 3234, clear direct zipper.
What's going on there? Oh, we have a, wow, we've got a 39 knot headwind.
United 6
Crosswind, rather.
Chicago Center 127.77.
Okay, so flaps are up now. Autopilot does have it.
Southwest 2514, departure radar contact to altitude.
Yeah, we are passing 4,100 going to 5. Southwest 2514.
Southwest 2514, thank you. Clear direct Jalop, climb maintain flight level 310.
Direct to Jalop and 310, Southwest 2514.
United 7, clear direct.
Back into VNAV. Yeah, I messed up. I turned the wrong knob.
Direct Myers, United 762 Heavy, still need the speed.
Eastern, yep, you are now fully in sequence. I need that speed the whole way to Chicago. We got a like 30 in traffic.
Turned the wrong knob. I turned the altitude down rather than the heading down. So now we got it back into VNAV. We're still in heading select for the moment. We just manually pointed ourselves to Jalop. And we're back into VNAV. Okay, it is maintaining the speed at 250. We did get the geared flaps up. Let's get ourselves directed to Jalop and execute and into LNAV mode. Okay, so that's looking better now. Yeah, we know 250 at MD. We know we're going to have to manually intervene that. That's fine. Okay, and now we're post-departure. We can cancel the auto brake. We can depressurize gear, and continuous ignition can be turned off. All right, not too bad, and we got airborne just about 7:50, so only about 5 minutes late. So we're essentially on time, and within 5 minutes is on time. Any airline will tell you that. Yeah, climb away.
United 1744 Minneapolis, how are you? United 1744
Coming through 10, so now it's going to adjust the speed. We can turn the forward-facing lights off. Now we're going to alert our cabin crew. Oh, and let's do a cabin pressurization check. So the pressurization differential should be about 1/3 of the way up when you get to 10, about 2/3 of the way up when you get to 18, and then right up under the red mark when you get to cruise. And so that's normal, and then the cabin altitude is at about 2,000 right now, which is also normal. So all going well so far. Yeah, Cleggy, this is the Maryland 1 livery. Of course, the event today is called Home for the Holidays. That is being hosted by the Chicago ARTCC. My home is Baltimore. So we got our Slant Artwork Adventure going as well. If you want to get in on this, basically, if you put in 500 points of your Twitch channel points, Alphabets points, you can make a request to modify or add to our prompt for our Slant Artwork Adventure. So right now it has spelled modify wrong, but it figured it out though. Southwest 737 and Maryland 1 livery with a blue crab as both the captain and first officer flies past Baltimore's Inner Harbor. So there we go. That's our Slant Artwork Adventure for the evening so far. And if you want to get in on that, again, it's the Twitch channel points at the bottom of the chat panel. 500 of those gets you into the queue to make a modification to that.
United 621 Minneapolis Center, hello, climb maintain flight level 310.
Alright, so I'm done with the airport diagram.
Turn right heading 200 with vectors for the climb.
And yeah, we're pretty much just radar vectors to our destination, to our first fix, so we don't really need that departure either. What we'll do is we'll Jalop, and then we'll just verify that all these points came in correctly. And then landing 22 left, we got to make sure that it's stinky, and then peak catch, and then turn, and then waddle. So we'll just double check.
United 3234, contact Chicago Center.
Double check that all that came into the legs. Since we're climbing through 15, everything uneventful, we're pointed at our point. Not much else for us to do. Let's go ahead and do that now.
American 803, 5370 to south of Kearney.
So
American 803, Minneapolis Center. Hello, ready to contact as reported.
Campbell 240 to 270. Miggs 210 to 230. Eden's at 190 to 210. Purity at 15 to 19. Purity or Purdy, either.
United 1793, Minneapolis Center.
Ocho is 14 to 16. Kooks is 10 to 13. Jules is at 10, yep. And then Indy is 6 to 7 and 250 knots. Of course, we're below 10,000 at that point anyway, but basically, so that's a good point, actually. So this speed restriction at 250 at Indy, well, you'd have to reduce to 250 because you're below 10. But this is telling you at exactly 250, not at or below 250. Once you descend through 10,000, your maximum speed is 250 knots. But this procedure is saying at this point, Indy, you must be at, not at or below, but at 250 knots. So that does come into the FMC properly there. And again, for runway 22 left, which is what we've been told to expect by the ATIS, it could change by the time we get there, but for right now, let's go 6 at Stinky, 6 at P-Catch, and then turn and waddle. And then, so that's the correct fork to take for the 22 left transition. So that's what we need to see in here as well. Next page, yeah, Stinky at 6, P-Catch at 6, turn, and then waddle, and then vectors. And then stare. Okay, so everything is in there well. Let's go ahead and do a fixed page. Well, let's go back to the legs. I did not put in fixed rings at the destination, so we'll grab the runway point here. Grab the runway point, put it into the fixed page. Let's put a 4-mile ring and a 10-mile ring around that. So that'll give us a little bit of situational awareness. When we cross the 10-mile ring, that's the latest point at which you need to start. We're at, I'll come back to that point. So we're through 18, so let's go ahead and switch over to standard pressure. And then up top, let's go ahead and do another pressurization check. Get about 1/3 up at 10, 2/3 up at 18, and cabin altitude still about 3,500 and climbing. Climbing at a normal rate. So we're going up good there. Everything's there is checking out as we expected. So what I was saying a moment ago, the fixed rings. It puts 2 rings around the runway touchdown point. The 10-mile ring, once you cross that 10-mile ring, you're within 10 miles, you need to start configuring for landing if you haven't already. So that means the first notch of flaps needs to come out by the time you cross that 10-mile ring. By the time you cross that 4-mile ring, you should be fully configured for landing. So that means you should have landing flaps set, and you should have the gear extended, and you should be slowing to your V approach speed.
Going against the center, Kansas City Center, 2572, American 803.
Cleggy, just any particular reason to remain? Yeah, we were actually touching on that at the beginning of the stream. Because we were waiting for several of our favorite aircraft to be ported over to the new sim, which has all happened within the last month or so. And then today, the PMDG 737 dropped for 2024. So one fewer excuse. And then overall, I was just waiting for it to be a little bit more stable and a little bit more functional. So we've heard that with Sim Update 4 now out, it's a lot of the key issues have kind of disappeared. I don't like being part of the beta, and I felt like the first year of Flight Sim 2020 was a beta, and I have felt like the first year of Flight Sim 2024 has been a beta, even though it's technically not. But we are planning on migrating over, Cleggy, here probably in the next couple of weeks, probably over winter break. I've got a couple days where I won't be streaming, and we'll have a reduced workload at work. So we are planning on making that migration probably over the next couple of weeks here.
United 1655, traffic at here 11 o'clock is 6 miles is southbound. They've gone through their altitude. They're descending back down to level 290. United 1793, descend and maintain flight level 240, and the transition maintain 270 knots.
17240 and 70 knots. United 1793,
November 68 Juliet, descend and maintain flight level 240, and the transition maintain 280 knots.
Then maintain flight level 240 and then the transition to 80 knots for the descent.
I'm sorry, multiple people checked in on different frequencies here, and I'll get everybody in check. United 762, contact Chicago, center on 127.77, good night.
12777, United 762, see ya.
United 576, just to verify, your assigned altitude.
Yeah, guys, sorry, just got to catch up with a couple things on the phone.
Roger, thank you. November, actually Singapore, 6969 Minneapolis, and I believe you checked in at flight level 320, welcome.
Sorry about that.
United,
2024 takes far less disk space. Well, for right now, good fixings, I am going to leave both installed just as a contingency plan. Matter of fact, I have 2024 installed as of right now. I have as of a couple weeks ago.
Southwest 2514, contact Chicago Center on 127.77.
2777, if we missed that call for us, sorry about that. 2777, 2514, we'll see you.
United 576, clear direct to Zipper.
When nobody answered, I kind of panicked for a second. I was like, oh crap, that probably was for me. I'm not used to listening out for 2514.
Chicago Center, American 13 with you. Just looking out.
So Good Fixin' says at this point the only reason not to switch is if you're a big DC6 fan, which of course I am, but I've also heard that you can make the DC6 work pretty easily in 2024. Yeah, the Lear's release for 2024. I think that's already the case. I think they're already supporting that. Same with the Comanche. So at this point, I pretty much don't have any excuses. It's really only those 5 that I fly. The Comanche, the DC-6, the Learjet, the BAE-146, and the 737. So just within the last few weeks, all of them have finally ticked over. He's coming through really, really quiet for me.
United 658, descend via the flight 7 arrivals, maintain 300 knots, over altimeter 3004.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I understand now. Come back to that in just a second.
Tiger, good evening, United 1544, flight level 290.
Radar for now, the O'Hare altimeter 3004.
Block.
Delta 856, descend via the flight 7 arrival, maintain 310 knots on radar. O'Hare altimeter 3004.
Stand by the flight 7, maintain 300, now that's it.
American 3882, descend and maintain flight level 340.
340, American 3882.
Vision 4 Romeo Kilo, descend and maintain flight level 340.
Credit 340, this is Romeo Kilo.
Then United 1744, flight level 290.
United 1744, Chicago Center Roger. Sun Country 61, descend and maintain flight level 240.
Descend and maintain 240, Sun Country 261.
FedEx 3471, descend via the flight 7 arrival, to leave all the speeds. Let's do 300 knots for now. The O'Hare altimeter 3004.
Okay, that's got it.
300 in the transition, descend via the flight 7 for FedEx 34.
I had the audio a little bit messed up there.
Contact Chicago approach 135.07. American 3882, contact Chicago Center 132.22.
3222, American 3882.
Alright.
Vision 4 Romeo Kilo, contact Chicago Center 132.22.
Seatbelt signs can come off.
United 2099 cross Seahawk.
Pressurization is good. Level. Cabin altitude's level at 5,000. We're still under the max differential, so everything's good there. All right, let me get checked in. I can finally hear them a little better.
United 421 cross jet 2 had to maintain 13,000. Rockford altimeter 3000.
Yes, 13,000. United 421.
Air Canada 46, contact Chicago approach 135.07. American 153 cross Mounter had to maintain 1.
He's busy enough that I don't feel like I need to check in and interrupt him. If there's a break in the audio, I'll check in. But as long as he's continuing to contact one after the other, all I'm doing is just cruising along. If he needs me for sequencing, he can yell at me and see if I'm here. But for right now, I'm going to just wait until there's a break. But anyway, I got the audio worked out. Hopefully you guys can still hear the audio okay, but it's much better in my headphones now, at least.
Descend via the Flight 7 arrival to lead all speeds, maintain 300 knots, the O'Hare altimeter 3004.
Pump it up just a little bit there.
Any speed restriction and 30 knots, 300 at the transition and 3004 on the altimeter, United 1334.
Chicago Center, Southwest 2514, level 310.
Southwest 2514, Chicago Center outer, cross Campbell, try to maintain flight level 240.
Campbell Latin, maintain 240, Southwest 2514. Okay. So 240 at Campbell. The arrival says 240 to 270. We've just been told 240 exactly at Campbell, so that's going to change what we've got in the FMC. So he wants us at 240 exactly there. Execute. Okay, so that now changes the top of the descent calculation just a little bit. It's now recalculating the vertical path. Okay, it's got it. It's reassigned our top of descent. So all is good.
United 421 cross Zorro at a maintain.
And by the way, since we have been cleared down to that 240, I'm going to go ahead and lower the mode control altitude to that. It's not going to start us descending until we get to the top of the descent, but when it hits the top of the descent, it will automatically send us down.
Roger.
Greetings from the flight deck, and greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have reached our cruise altitude of 31,000 feet. We turned the fasten seatbelt signs off, and the cabin crew is now going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and some Chicago-style pizza for you. We will give you an update on the weather situation in Chicago once we start our descent, but for now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. And we thank you again for flying along with us on Southwest Airlines Flight 2514 service to Midway.
United 762 cross Seahawk had to maintain flight level 240.
Map's getting a little cluttered. I'm just going to knock it down one range here.
300 knots.
Cross Seahawk at flight level 240 and 300 knots in the transition, United 762 heavy.
Chicago Center, United 2113, flight level 370. United 2113, Chicago Center. United 377, you here? 377, hi.
Good Fixin' says Chicago tavern style is good. Deep dishes. I disagree. I've been to Chicago and had the, what's it, Giordano's, I think, is the staple chain up there. I've had the Giordano's deep dish. I was a fan. Now, I did the pansy thing and ate it with a knife and fork, but I was still a fan. Gotcha. So the clarification I missed earlier was that the Lear has been updated so it works for 2024, but they are releasing a 2024 native version as well. And Good Fixin' says, I'm not paying for that, though. I'm going to put that toward the Leonardo instead. That's tomorrow. And then Iowa Scotsman says the same thing for the PMDGs. He says they may or may not.
Chicago Center, fly high 2, fly level 290 for 240.
Control 2, Chicago Center, roger, cross.
So if you want deep dish loom on oddities, yeah, that was a while ago that I was there. I don't have any plans to,
plan for Mauser at 12000.
well, any plans to revisit it anytime soon, but I'll keep that in mind if I end up there again.
The weather, fly high 2.
So there's the Giordano's near me here in Columbus is good fixes. No inch. All right, our Slant Artwork Adventure is still underway, guys. Again, the 500 Twitch channel points, a.k.a. Alphabets points, cash those in and then get my attention. And that will put you in the queue to make a modification to our image of the day. And we always start it as a representative image of the day's stream. We're going from Omaha to Chicago and then Chicago to Baltimore. I'm not sure why we're at about 500 feet over the Inner Harbor, but we're flying over the Inner Harbor in a Southwest 737 with a couple of blue crabs as the crew members. I am going to make a modification to this myself if no one else has a request for that. I'm going to make one quick modification myself. I'll just show you.
For Mauser at 12000.
Psychic Taco is here. Psychic says Jets Detroit deep dish always hits the spot. Oh, Good Fixins wants to make a modification. All right, Good Fixins, what you got for me, man? Let me know what you like.
United 1655, and we're approaching us about this 10 miles.
I'll let you make yours first. We'll see the results. The bay is full of crab boil. Okay, well, that's the Inner Harbor. I got you. I got you. Don't worry about it.
3004, descend via flight 7300 knots, United 1744.
United 1655, descend and maintain flight level 240, in the transition maintain 290 knots.
Descend flight level 240 and 290 knots in the transition, United 1655.
I'm going to make my modification as well, because it shouldn't affect yours.
35.07.
3507, static 35 centimeters.
United 2113, descend and maintain flight level 340.
340, United 2113.
Alright, so I made my modification and put in yours, Good Fixins, so we'll see in just a few moments how that goes. The water, the harbor, you know, the stuff, the wet stuff they're flying over. No, I got you, I got you. And I know you don't know the geography there like I do. That is actually not the Chesapeake Bay up there, that's the Patapsco River.
3507,
But again, I know you wouldn't know that.
United 421, contact Milwaukee approach 118.0.
118.0, United 421, thank you.
United 1655, turn right heading 180, vectors spacing. We'll do sequence and descend and maintain flight level 240.
Alright, so my modification
180, vectors sequence.
was that I changed the first officer, although it has him sitting on the captain's side. I changed the first officer from the Blue Crab to the National Bohemian, aka the Natty Bo logo. That's like Baltimore's cheap beer brand. So we got a Blue Crab and the Natty Bo logo piloting the plane. And we got the crab boil, which now looks like that. It looks very Marylandy there.
Southwest 2514, Chicago Center 132.22.
3222, sorry about that. It's the Southwest 2514.
Sheriff Center, fly 143, Polo 260, 240.
Patrol 1143, Chicago Center loaded.
Alright, can you repeat that one more time? You're a bit choppy.
Yes.
So, Violet Time, I'll come back to that question. The answer is no. Not in the U.S. And that mirrors the way it works in the real world. And I'll come back to that and elaborate on it in just a second.
Alright, then thank you, Stick. Do not... sorry, one more time.
Just ascend via the Bunkie 6, don't worry about the speed.
Same thing, Key 6, United 4113.
Chicago Center South was 2514 is 310. We were given 240 at Campbell.
Southwest 2514, Chicago Center, roger. Yeah, 377 centimeters.
So, Violet Tom, it used to be prior to the newer version of the VATSIM radar scope that we use in the U.S., the older tools did display VFR and IFR flight plans approximately the same. Not sure how it works in other places in the world, but in the U.S., the air traffic control system is designed very much around IFR flight plans. IFR flight plans get put into their big old master network of computers, and they propagate up to the controllers, and then they are correlated with the radar tags of the aircraft that they represent. VFR aircraft are always kind of secondary when it comes to air traffic control services in the U.S. So if you're a VFR aircraft looking for air traffic control services, you simply make your request verbally with the controller, and that's how it works. So on VATSIM, it used to be the case that you'd submit a VFR flight plan and the controller would get it just like it was an IFR flight plan, and in some cases you'd have to remind them that you're VFR and not IFR. Now it's the case where you submit that VFR flight plan and it doesn't really go to the controller, because the same thing happens in the real world. It really just goes to search and rescue. They put it on file, and then if you don't show up, they know what you were intending to do, and they can know where to go look for you. But that flight plan does not go to the controller. The standard procedure in the U.S. is that your VFR flights just simply advise ATC what it is you want to do. Now, there is a concession, Violet. If you file a flight plan VFR and then the controller puts in a flight plan for you based on what you've told it you want to do, what you've told them you want to do, but the flight plan you filed had some remarks, such as, I am very new to VATSIM, go easy on me, or whatever else, a stream link, whatever's in your remarks, those remarks will come over. So it is still worth filing a flight plan just if you had any kind of special remarks, such as, what does this call sign translate to? What does this fictional or defunct call sign translate to? Or, hey, I'm very new, or hey, my live streams at twitch.tv/Slant Artwork Adventures. You can still file that. It will still come up on the controller scope.
Southwest 2598, descend via the NDA arrival, Midway altimeter 3006, 22 left transition.
That's the exact reason you were asking. Yep. Figured I'd mention.
3006 on the altimeter, and then we'll
Alright, we got the fasten seatbelt signs on. Let's get a dot ATIS. Wait, we might even just be able to click on it here.
Make sure to send via the Bunkie 6 arrival, O'Hare altimeter 3004.
Yeah, instead of typing, we'll just double click. Information Lima 3006, temps -7. What's -7 in terms of Fahrenheit?
Station through control over Chicago Center.
19 degrees. So 19 degrees. We'll call it mostly cloudy skies and light winds.
Yeah, 303 Chicago Center.
A little chilly, yeah, indeed.
Via the Turtle 6 arrival, altimeter 3004.
Yeah, Tower, back to the descent via the Turtle 6 arrival. Do you want to set a turtle speed? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, 303 Sayers, dude.
Yeah, 303, currently marked.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs. We ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we have started our descent into Chicago. The weather there is showing as mostly cloudy skies with light winds and 19 degrees Fahrenheit. No precipitation showing at the airport right now, although there is some precipitation, light precipitation moving through the area. Cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of your last minute needs, and we do expect to be on the ground in about 30 minutes. Thanks again for flying with us on Southwest Airlines.
Yeah, 777 Chicago. There you go. Delta 1706, 3 units around here.
Alright, it's having a little bit of trouble keeping
090 heading at 0.80.
keeping the speed down,
Or 0.80 miles.
and we're 1,400 oh wow.
Delta 1706 flight.
We're 1,400 feet above the descent
1706 flight.
because we were only cleared down to 240.
Oh, in fact, reroute via the turtle.
So we need to...
060, expect to reroute on the turtle, Delta 1706.
So it's, yeah, we don't want it to let it, we don't want it to do that. We don't want it to slow us down.
Send via the Becky 6. Arrival.
Center Southwest 2514. Did you want us descending via the ND8? We were only given 240 at Campbell.
Team 17, 15,000 for now, then ascend to ND8 Rebel, Midway 3006.
You're cutting in and out, but I think that was for 2514. No, 150 for now, and then resume the ND8 descent south of 2514.
Southwest 2514 from them.
Chicago Center, United 1023 with you, 340.
Yeah, 1023 Chicago. The center, descend via the Bunkie 6 arrival, local altimeter 3004.
3006.
Arrival for United 1023.
3006. We'll just descend and maintain 15,000 for now. And then we'll resume the published. So we're just in level change for now, and then when we get down to 15, we'll just go kick it back into VNAV mode.
What aircraft calling on here, sir?
Chicago Center, United 777, approaching top of the bay.
That's 777.
And the,
Descend via the Bunkie 6 arrival, local altimeter 3004.
Information Lima.
3004, descend via the Bunkie 6 for United 777.
Yeah, 303 flagging, 360 back super station.
Yeah, 303.
Yeah, his audio keeps cutting out.
360 for factors and what else? Is on the center 1000?
Yeah, 30 maintain 1000.
Continue to descent to 1000 at 303.
Coming through 21.
Charlie Lima, descend maintain 1000 by 360 back station. North 12 Charlie Lima, I think I misspoke. Flagging 360.
306 is the Midway altimeter, and that is what they told us as well. Okay, close to 180, so we'll just go ahead into
3507. 3507, 3712.
go ahead into standard. I mean a local altimeter. Information Lima. They are still advertising RNAV Yankee, runway 22 left. So we'll brief that approach. There's no nav aids to tune as it's fully RNAV.
Contact Chicago approach 135.07.
Minimums.
135.07
Not sure what our RNP is. Well, it might say here. RNP 1. Oh, for the approach, I don't know what it is. We'll just use the highest one, 992, as the minimums.
Chicago Center, good evening. United 926, flight level 350.
Yeah, 936 Chicago Center, send via the Benke 6.
Actual navigation performance is well below what we need for the lowest minimum, 923, so we'll go with that.
Chicago Center, Delta 17. If I'm going to join turn 6, I'm going to need you to start descending soon.
Bravo. Got it. 2 Charlie, clear direct Chris, resume the drill.
Okay, so we're going to be at 15. That's going to put us right where we need to be for Ocho, so I am going to go back into VNAV mode now.
And who's that?
Sorry, about that. Delta 76, looks like if I'm going to join Turtle 6, I'm going to need to descend soon.
1706.
So what was it, 923?
Maroc. And after Maroc, join the Turtle 6 arrival, descend via the Turtle 6 arrival, altimeter 3004.
Direct from Maroc, join Turtle 6 arrival, descend via...
And he did say after that we were cleared to descend via the arrival. So what's descend via the arrival gave us? Descend via the arrival gives us down to 6,000.
641. Southwest line 5, and this right. Yeah, 21, 13, maintain 250, not the trailer, right?
Maintain 250, yeah,
Yeah, 303 fair speed.
That is 280.
Okay. And then let's do our... So 22 left. We want a fairly robust auto brake because we want to reduce the taxi back as much as possible. So we're going to put on a fairly robust auto brake. It's only a 6,400 foot runway as well. So we're going to put on not maximum necessarily, but we'll crank it up to about 3. We'll do the approach speeds. We'll do the do a flaps 30 and 137. Yeah, what did it say the wind was?
Yeah.
7 knots.
41 via the Turtle 6 arrival, altimeter 3004.
7 knots, so we can go...
Turtle 6, 3004, United 1641.
VREF is 137, so V approach will be 142.
Yep. That's 2113, maintain 250 now. Yeah, 303, contact Chicago, approach 135. 107.
It's 13507 for United 303.
Yeah, 2113, maintain 250 now.
2113, VR250.
What was I going to do?
Yeah, 723 seriously.
280 knots, United 303.
So 143 is going to be our VREF.
Yeah, 10.
42.
23 rear speed at 250.
250, United 23.
Yeah, 1641 seriously.
Okay, approach frequency and course not applicable. Missed approach frequency and course not applicable. If we do go missed altitude, 2600
United 1641.
to PO turn VOR.
I'm currently at 0.74 intercept.
PO turn to 26 is correct, so we're good there.
Delta 1706. Exclamation net 0. Order grading transition.
Up to 290.
FMC checked, ring set, V speeds 3742 minimum set, ceiling and visibility, wind and crosswind reviewed.
Maintain 290 knots.
It's going to be a left turn off taxi. Okay, and then we'll arm the spoilers on a short final. Coming down through 10, we'll go ahead and get forward facing lights on except the taxi.
Have a good night.
Go ahead and alert the cabin crew. Alright, we'll go ahead and say that they have reported back secure. Alright, I think we are ready. And it wants us to assist it with a little bit of drag to help it get slowed down, so we'll do that.
Yeah, 2113, contact Chicago, approach 13 5.0.
Yeah, 2113, frequency 1 more time.
That's 2113, Chicago, approach 135.07.
13507, yeah, 2113.
Okay. So it's got the speed now and it's catching up the pass, so I'm going to go ahead and stow that drag. Let's get the Midway
2 Charlie Lima, contact Chicago, approach 135.07.
1807 and 35.2.
Yeah, 1023, contact Chicago, approach 135.07.
1807 and 35.2.
5.07 for United 1023. Have a good night.
See you.
1807,
Yeah, 777, say your speed.
35.2.
256 for United 67.
Yeah, 777, maintain 250 knots.
Maintain 250, United 777.
Okay, so 35.2 is tower frequency, 1807 is ground frequency.
936, say your speed.
So we'll be ready to switch over if we need to, or when we need to.
Yeah, 936, sir, that came in Brokenton.
Yeah, about 1 second.
Okay, come over here, buddy.
United
Come over there.
2329, 340.
Yeah, 2320.
Get out of his bed.
Chicago Center, send me the Bentley 6 arrival, Oak Hill Thunder 3004.
Get out of his bed. Move, Mozzie, move.
Send me the Yankee 6 arrival, United 2329.
And center, yeah, no, day 6, we're currently flying at safe.
Lay down. Come on. No. Then, come lay down.
Yeah, 936, you're still doing Mach number, same Mach number.
0.68.
Sibling,
Yeah.
Lay down.
1023, contact Chicago, approach 135.07, 3507.
Most of those guys are going to O'Hare. I assume that's the approach frequency they're getting.
61,700 for 13,000.
So I'm not sure we'll get that same one. Otherwise, I'd pre-dial it if I thought we were going to get that same handoff.
Oh, yeah, over mirror.
Southwest 360, try Chicago.
All right, after Waddle, we should be on a 0, 9, or 5. So I'm going to preset the heading bug for that.
Chicago Center 134.87, Southwest 360, Chicago Center 134.87.
134.87, Southwest 360.
Yeah, 936, maintain 250 knots in transition. Southwest 2514, contact Chicago, approach 128.220.
28.2, Southwest 2514. And hopefully that controller's
1023, if you're still on frequency, Chicago,
not having the same audio issues that this guy is.
3507.
Chicago approach Southwest 2514 is 7,000 via the NDA.
Southwest 2514, Chicago approach, altimeter 3006, expect vectors, RNAV Yankee, runway 22 left approach, and maintain 4,000.
All right, 3006, 4,000 vectors for the RNAV Yankee 22 left, Southwest 2514. I'm just going to go into a vertical speed by about 1,200 or so, maybe about 1,000. Dave Rendon's here. Dave, how are you, sir? .240 is now fine.
Jedi 69 traffic you're following into the field is 11 o'clock in 5 miles. It's
Conflict alert.
Southwest 737, entering about a 6 mile final.
Jedi 69, we have a lot of contacts in front of us. No idea which one it is.
Not a problem. Just continue what you're doing. Thank you.
We continue what we're doing, Jedi 69. Yeah, there are 15, 20 contacts ahead of us.
Yeah.
There are about 11 contacts at 11 o'clock right now.
Chicago's a
That's
beautiful airspace.
probably the airport. Filter your targets for airborne. Although we've got a gaggle of them over here too, so.
Southwest 1838, cross sailed at 3,000. Or correction, 10 miles from south, cross sailed at 3,000. Cleared RNAV Yankee runway 22 left, approach speed your discretion.
Cross sails at 3,000, speed our discretion, cleared RNAV Yankee 22 left, southwest 1838.
Yes, you are able to see there's a guy directly in front of you at about 4 miles. It's the Boeing 737 on final for 22 left.
Jedi 69, I think we have it in set. I think we know which one it is.
No problem, thank you. You're still clear of the approach.
Okay, I think you should follow me.
Jedi 69.
Alright, friends. It's a little bit early, but just so I don't forget, you guys can start putting any time you want to. Any of you can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch the runway surface. No bot command necessary for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know that you mean a descent rate either way, with or without that minus sign. And I think I also said bot command is optional. Yeah, nope. Yeah, bot command's optional, and minus sign is optional. Closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our, what is going to be becoming our monthly landing rate raffle. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have left that heading on 95, because that's the heading that we're going to turn to after the next waypoint. Next waypoint. The next drawing for that landing rate raffle will be January 1st. I've decided, because that's going to be 2 months worth, even at our higher number of monthly streams. So I'm going to go ahead and pull 2 winners for January 1st, and then we'll go 1 winner a month every month thereafter.
Just want to maintain 3,000, 210 on the speed, Southwest 2598.
So when we get down to the short final, we should not need spoilers at this point, so I'm going to go ahead and get those armed. When we get down to final, we'll get the taxi light on and continuous ignition. I'll get the continuous ignition now. So taxi light and cabin crew.
Southwest 1838, maintain 170 knots for clearance until final approach.
And then our regular landing checks.
170 knots to greater until approach fix, and then contact tower Southwest 1838. See ya.
Southwest 2598, turn left heading 360, when able to direct sails.
Left heading 360, and we'll join sales Southwest 2598.
Alright, friends. Going to be slightly less responsive to the chat here for a little bit. Listening out very intently for my call signs. We are in the terminal airspace now, and do expect we're going to get sequenced on the final here in just a moment. Getting bounced around pretty good here.
Southwest 2598, cross sails at 3,000, cleared RNAV Yankee, runway 22 left approach, speed your discretion.
Cross sails at 3,000, cleared RNAV Yankee 22 left, speed at my discretion, Southwest 2598.
Interesting that he's adding the speed my discretion. If you get an approach clearance in the U.S., that speed your discretion is pretty much implied. So I wonder if there's a lot of low-time pilots who don't know that, or B, a lot of pilots from outside the U.S. who don't know that. Getting the smoothest sim performance once again. But again, we are coming into a fairly high traffic area, so it's not completely unexpected. Looks like we can kind of see the final approach path here. The controller handing them off has been giving speed restrictions? Maybe. Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, so there's basically our runway there. 22 left is the slightly longer one here. It's on our right now because we're facing it.
2598, contact tower 135.2.
Our tower now 135.2, Southwest 2598.
But that is indeed our arrival runway right there. Traffic that we appear that we will be passing over, and then this was maybe a go-around, possibly, I don't know. Either a departure or a go-around. This guy we might be following. He doesn't really look like he's moving, so we might be following that guy.
Jet 420, Chicago departure, you on?
Chicago departure, hello, Southwest 3678 with US 3000 heading 140.
Southwest 3678 Chicago departure, radar contact, and you can expect higher and direct loop here shortly. Maintain 3000.
We'll go, maintain 3000, Southwest 3678.
And approach American 1367 with you, 6,000 feet.
American 1637 Chicago departure, or correction approach on 73006 to clear direct sails for the R9 Yankee 22 left approach. Instead of maintain 5,000, maintain 250 knots.
Alright, down to 5,000, maintain 250 knots, direct sails, and altimeter 3006, American 13.
Headed out to the lake.
Southwest 3678, climb, maintain 15,000.
15,000, Southwest 3678.
There's the
Southwest
airport.
3678, turn left direct Lukey.
O'Hare over there.
Left direct Lukey, Southwest 3678.
Southwest 2514, descend to maintain 3,000, reduce speed to 210.
3,210, Southwest 2514.
Traffic.
We'll just do 1,000. And we'll go ahead and start getting flaps out. At 210 we can do what now? 210 we can go to 5. Below 210 we can go to 10.
$2,500.
Alrighty. Let's see how far out they take us to join us. We got steer, tact, sails, and Dixon.
Southwest 3678, contact Chicago Center on 126.47.
126.47, Southwest 3678. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Southwest 2514, turn left, heading 360, enable direct sales.
360 and then sails, Southwest 2514.
I believe I missed someone else checking out. Number 9, actually, did you check out? Number 9, actually, with Chicago departure, you want?
Departure citation 9 actually Zulu 250.
Yeah, I kicked it into approach mode, or LNAV and VNAV mode, and I shouldn't have, because that's what changed our speed. We should still be at the 210, which is what we were assigned.
9 actually Zulu, climb maintain 4000, right turn 270.
Right turn, turn now 270, 4000, 9 actually Zulu.
Southwest 2514, 5 miles from Sales. Maintain, or cross sales at 3000, cleared RNAV Yankee, runway 22 left approach. Maintain 180 knots or greater till the final approach fix.
Alright, 3000 or greater till sails, and then RNAV Yankee 22 left, and 180 till 5 miles out, I think you said, south of 2514.
South 2514, affirmative. It'll be a 180 knots or greater until the final approach fix.
Alright, 180 or greater then, south of 2514.
Citation actually do the contact departure 128.57.
2857, 9 actually Zulu.
American 1367, descend to maintain 3000.
3000, American 1367.
Traffic.
Chicago approach American 240 with you at 6000.
Alright, so below
Chicago approach, altimeter 3006.
below 210, we can go flaps 10.
RNAV Yankee, runway 22 left approach. Maintain, or descend to maintain 5000. Maintain 250.
95, we can go 15.
Direct sales for American 240, descend maintain 5000. And what was the knots for American 240?
American 240 will be at 250 knots.
250 for American 240.
We're in approach mode. We are cleared for the approach. We're 180 until 180 or greater till 5. I'm just going to keep it at 180. And our V approach is 142. V ref is 137. Keep those predictions coming, guys. Number into the chat with or without the bot command, with or without the minus sign. It represents your descent rate in terms of feet per minute when the wheels touch the runway surface. There's our runway. Should be getting a tower handoff here any minute. Oops.
2514, contact tower 135.2, bye-bye.
35-2, Southwest 2514. Still had the selector at 3000. So we'll get that fixed. Midway Tower Southwest 2514 is about 5 out for RNAV Yankee 22 left.
Southwest 2514, Midway Tower, wind 240 runway 22 left, clear to land.
22 left, clear to land, Southwest 2514. Alright, we're within 5. We can go ahead and slow to 142. We got our landing clearance. Continuous ignition is on. We'll ring the cabin one more time. Oh. Center fuel pumps.
Romeo heading 180, contact Chicago departure 128.2.
Light slow.
128.2 heading 180.
Alright, gears down and green, landing flaps set and checked. Cabin crew is alerted. The 2600 is going to be our...
Light slope.
Oh, no. Let's keep that down to 0. Actually, let's just... Not sure what it's trying to do, but let's just go ahead and land it. Landing flap set and check gears down to green. Thought in the approach mode, it should have let me set the missed approach altitude at 2600.
514 Mike, Midway Tower, you up?
But we're just visual from this point in.
400.
Alright, let's bring it back to 137 now.
Tower, hello, citation 5140, Mike, holding short of Yankee 7. Citation 514, Sierra Mike, Midway Tower, hold short runway 22 left, traffic landing. Holding short 5140, Mike.
Minimums. 30. 20.
Tower American 1367 with you on.
You gonna land this thing or not?
Yankee for 22 left. American 1367 Midway Tower, good evening. Wind 25010, runway 22 left, clear land, traffic departs Friday arrival.
We floated down a good amount of the runway. We're gonna have trouble getting stopped here.
Southwest 2514, turn left at the end, contact ground left.
I left at the end and then ground. Southwest 2514. Whew, that was crazy. Autopilot threw me for a little bit of a loop there at the end. Yeah. Autopilot threw me for a little bit of a loop there at the end. Oh, I don't know if I disabled the auto throttle. That might have been why. That was probably why. Yep, that was exactly what happened there. All right, well, we got it figured out. We got the plane down.
Jedi 420, we're back with you. Inbound full stop.
Where are we going? Gate Bravo 15. So yeah, the autopilot threw me for a loop because it didn't let me set the missed approach altitude, and then the auto throttles I left on. That was pilot error. We made it. We cooked the brakes a little bit, but we made it. Midway ground Southwest 2514 is off the end of 22 left, and we're going to gate Bravo 15.
Southwest 2514, Midway ground, welcome to Midway, taxi to the gate via Yankee, off runways 3 left and 3 right on Yankee.
Alright, gate via Yankee, and we'll cross 31 left and 31 right on Yankee, Southwest 2514, thanks. Okay. So, yeah, haven't done a RNAV approach in this aircraft in a while, and it showed.
528, Midway ground, runway 22 left, taxi via Tango Papa Yankee.
Spoilers and flaps stowed.
Runway 22 left.
Weather radar off.
Tango Papa Yankee.
Terrain radar off. We can get the APU on and started. Get all the forward-facing lights off. Continuous ignition off. Strobe goes back to steady. And the pitot heat and windshield heat can come off.
Ground howdy again, Jedi 69 for a continuation flight. We'd love a PDC.
Just bat that back into transponder mode.
Jedi 69, Midway ground, clearance on the car stop.
Okay. And minimums can be reset. Yeah, I don't know how I accidentally kicked it over to radio minimums of 50 feet. Because I was like, that minimum should have been a lot higher as well. That's okay. Flight directors can come off as well. And then let me run through the taxi and flow, make sure I got everything. Did I get the auto brake? Yeah, auto brake can be canceled as well. Gotta watch this guy coming at me toward coming toward Yankee here. Okay, I guess we'll slide it behind.
For Legion 91. We just saw the PTC.
Flaps and spoilers, probe heat, windscreen heat, continuous ignition, weather terrain radar, flight directors, auto brake, minimums, transponder TARA, landing turn off position lights, and APU. Okay, we got it. We got everything miraculously. I'm going to go ahead and just join the ramp lane here. What's the warning?
Midway ground, American 1367 with you.
What's the warning?
Short of Yankee 2.
Oh, anti-ice. Well, yeah, we turned that off already, that's why. So our gate we said was Bravo 15. Is that occupied?
Taxi to the gate via Yankee to Yankee, cross runways to left and to my right on Yankee. Alright, parking via Yankee to Yankee, and we'll cross runway 22 left, 22 right, American 1367. Taxis 528, contact tower 135.2 here.
Over to tower 1.
Can't quite read the number. Okay, so I think that was 19 and 17, and this is 15 here, I think, possibly.
And just confirm we cleared across all runways, American 1367. Affirmative. Cross runways 2 on left and 2 on right on Yankee. Cleared across all all runways, American 1367. Thank you.
Okay, well, we made it, friends. Doggo Ultimate's here. We made it. The approach and touchdown was not graceful, but we did make the airplane stop prior to reaching the end. So all's well that ends well. And not terrible parking job for not having a marshaller. Okay, alright, let's get the turnaround checklist done. And then
Southwest 238, ready, request push and start.
of course, turning onto the ramp, we could have turned... Oh, we did turn the taxi light off, that's good. The APU buses can come on. And the APU bleed and ISO valve.
I heard Southwest 238. I did not see that on my scope. Can you repeat contact?
Southwest 238, Bravo 25.
Engine shutdown. Go ahead and get the fuel pumps off. We'll leave the left inner one on for now. Electric hydraulic pumps can come off.
Southwest 238. Confirm your squawking 7216.
Packs can come off. Anti-collision light can come off.
Squawk 7216, Southwest.
Chime and seatbelt lights can come off.
Midway ground, Jedi 9
Real well lights
is
on.
short Yankee 2 ready for taxi.
Seatbelt and chime I did.
Jedi 906, Midway ground. Runway to the left, taxi via Yankee 3 Yankee.
Let's go back to the menu. Actions.
Yankee,
Wheel trucks.
Cross 31, left 31, right
Ground
on
power and
Yankee,
air conditioning.
to left, Jedi 906.
We'll get all the doors and hatches.
Southwest 238. Thanks for the squawk. Push back onto taxiway Tango approved. Tail to the right.
Push and start on Tango approved. Face to the right, Southwest 238.
Tail to the right, please. Southwest 228, 238, correction. Tail to the right, face northeast, northwest, please.
Facing southwest, southwest 238.
You're still not getting it.
Okay, one more time. Southwest 238, face northwest.
Are you having connections, radio check, southwest 238? I just completed a flight and was zero problems. Are you copying me?
Southwest 238, I can hear you 5x5.
Alright, so APU bleed off, ISO valve off, and the APU
Midway,
itself
ground American
can be shut off, and the
240
final
clear,
fuel pump can be
runway
turned
22
off.
left.
Alright, let's check my predictions, and then
American
let's
240 behind the,
your predictions.
General
Psychic
Aviation
Taco wants to add a drag chute for the landing.
737, passing
Alright,
right to left
we'll do
on
that for the
Yankee.
Slant Artwork Adventure. Just
Taxi
bear
to the
with me
gate
one
via
second.
Yankee. Cross runways 2 on left and 2 on right on Yankee.
Alright, so I had predicted for fuel and timing.
Behind the passing traffic on Yankee.
And remember, we did take off about 5 minutes late.
On Yankee to terminal for
I had
240.
predicted that we were going to be on the ground
906, we're unable
at
to stop that
8:56, and we're
American.
9:00. So we took off 5 minutes late. We landed 5 minutes late, and we should have just about 17,000 left. 16.9 is what we got. And we got 17.1. Okay, so fuel and timing estimates are working out perfectly so far.
240, taxi, runway 2 to left, taxi via Yankee. Cross runway 2 on
Let's
left,
see how we
right
did
on
with
Yankee.
your predictions now. Yeah, so when I finally realized I was running out of runway, I did have to set it down a little bit on the firm side.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that
252 was what registered.
Taking off. You're doing through.
So we got the predictions of 200, 99, 175, 249 from Dave Rendon. That's only 3 away. That's looking pretty good right now. 173, 150, and 143. Yep, Dave's going to be our winner for leg number 1.
General Aviation 737 passing left to right on Yankee. Runway 2
For
left.
our arrival at KMDW on what is today? 12/19.
It's not rigged, Kinney. You just lost.
Yeah, now I slam it down. Well, I don't know if you saw, if you were here when I hit the touchdown zone on the other end, Kenny says. Yeah, so you were here.
31 left, 31 right on Yankee, 212 Charlie down.
Yeah, and they kind of didn't have a choice.
Great ground, good evening. Southwest 31.
I had a choice. We could have gone around, but we didn't really have a choice. We had a schedule to keep.
Southwest 3183.
You saw, okay, you saw. All right, Psychic Taco. Let's go ahead and add a.
Tango, hold short of Papa.
Looks like you're only 22 left by Tango, hold short of Papa. Southwest 3183.
Midway ground, Jedi 420, we're a helicopter looking for a VFR departure to the east. Have information, Mike.
Jedi 420, Midway ground. Maintain VFR at or below 2,000 while in Chicago Charlie airspace. Squawk 1357.
All right, Jedi 420 will maintain below 2,000 inside the Charlie, and will squawk 1357.
All right, I'm just making a couple modifications.
Ground, Jedi 420, did you read me?
Jedi 420, sorry about that. Jedi 420, read back correct. Do you look forward to, do you looking to depart from the ramp, or do you want to take the ramp, the runway?
I think it's a little too hectic for a runway, so we'll depart from present position on the ramp, Jedi 420.
Okay, you can.
All right, I've tweaked. I've tweaked the modification a little bit, Psychic Taco, but I've got it in there.
Yeah, we're not going to need taxi, so we'll go over to taxi.
Show you what I did when we get a chance to look at it. But let's go ahead and get the second route filed and get underway. Get that started here.
Southwest 1640, Midway ground, welcome to Midway. Taxi to the ramp via...
I always select no there. We're just going to enter the whole thing.
Cross runway 2 on left and
Southwest Air 2514.
Yankee Kilo Tango.
IFR 737-700 medium.
Southwest 1640.
Midway ground, Southwest 238, you are ready to taxi. Contact.
Southwest 238.
We're in S, B, DFG, H, I, R, W, Y. With an L, departure is KMDW at 0220. 39,000 feet, 480. Arrival will be Baltimore, Washington International, as we are going home for the holidays. So that's what the Chicago ARTCC is hosting, home for the holidays, Friday night ops event. Chicago's not home for me, so BWI is. So we're going to try and do that in the spirit of that. 1 hour, 31 minutes airborne, 321 left in the tanks. I'm going to copy and paste the route because it is slightly convoluted.
Romeo 21 to Charlie Romeo, Midway ground.
Put it in the sky vector as well.
69 short of Yankee, ready to taxi to the left.
We're at a B1, C1, D1, T2, S1. Performance is a Charlie. Twitch.tv.
3060, stand by.
Slant
Jedi 69er, confirm you're squawking 2274.
Adventures.
You are correct. We are not. Stand by.
Oh, that's our squawk code.
Stay parking again.
Bravo 9er.
Okay, so we've got the flight plan filed. Let's take it from the top here. I do need to take a quick intermission for liquid recycling. But let's, yeah, I'll tell you what, let's do the intermission, and then I'll come back and start getting the aircraft set up. We'll show you the result of the latest modification to our Slant Artwork Adventure in just a moment.
Southwest 2954.
For right now, we'll give you a nice view of the Chicago skyline and the arrivals here coming into Midway. And we'll be right back with our leg number 2 heading down to Baltimore. It's the Home for the Holidays Friday night ops event here on the VATSIM network and the Slant Alpha Adventures channel. Back with you with more flying left to do in just a moment. Sit tight, friends.
Middle ground is like 15 over and signature taxi the 22 up.
Jet 15, Midway ground. Runway 2 to left, taxi via Alpha Foxtrot, go short of runway 2 to right.
Foxtrot, we will hold short 2 to right, Southwest, I'm sorry, back on
Ground Jedi 69 now with the right squawk ready.
Jedi 69, runway 2 to left, taxi via Yankee 3 Yankee, cross runway 31 left and 31 right, hold short of Papa.
Roger, yeah, Yankee cross 31 left, 31 right, short of Papa, Jedi 69.
Midway ground, United 343 requesting IFR clearance to Peoria.
Airport calling clearance on Carson.
Midway ground, good evening. Southwest 538, taxi to the KOMA.
Southwest 538, Midway ground, welcome to Midway. Passing to the terminal via Yankee, Kilo, Tango, cross runway 2 at left and 2 at right.
Yankee, Kilo, Tango, cross 31 left and 31 right, Southwest 538.
Southwest 238, contact tower 12522. Southwest 238, Midway ground. Alright, Southwest 3183, Midway ground. Exit 15, hold it short, Detroit. Southwest 238, Midway ground.
Where's that Southwest 538?
Southwest 538,
Continue taxi, Southwest 538.
Southwest 3183, contact tower 12522. Traffic exit, 15 on gate, holding short, Detroit. Sorry, Fox Road. Exit 15, Midway ground, continue hold short of Detroit. Alright, we'll continue short, hold short, Detroit.
Next short of Papa.
Exit 16, cross runway to right on.
Alright, friends, back with you. It is home for the holidays, Friday Night Ops, and thank you for flying along with us. Hosted here by the Chicago ARTCC. We're stopping over at Midway, but that's not our home. As you can tell by the livery on this aircraft, our home is Baltimore, Maryland. So that's where we're going to head for leg number 2 here. In the PMDG 737-700 series for Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. However, of course, we just heard today that the big news was the 737-800 is now out for 2024. One less excuse for me to stick with 2020. So, yeah, over winter break, we are planning to migrate over. We got the resubscription over there from Marcelo. Thank you, very kindly. Good to see you. Thank you for stopping into the stream tonight. By the way, those of you who are new or have not been in here a while, we're working on our Slant Artwork Adventure. So the way it works is we feed a prompt into ChatGPT to make an image for us, and then if you cash in 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel, aka the alphabets points, that puts you in the queue, and you can suggest a addition or modification to that prompt. Psychic Taco wanted us to add a drag chute for the aircraft because obviously we left the auto throttles on and we're a little bit floaty on that landing. Kenny Master said we touched down in the touchdown zone, but it was the opposite direction touchdown zone. Well, almost correct. Anyway, so we added a drag chute. I changed the crab boil to steamed and seasoned crabs swimming in the water, floating in the water. Just to make the water a little bit more recognizable. And then I also added the detail that the drag chute is Old Bay logoed. So there you go. We got our Southwest 737 piloted by our Blue Crab and our Natty Bow logo. And we got the drag chute out that's Old Bay liveried. And we got the steamed crabs floating in the harbor. So there we are. You want to add to that, go ahead and cash in 500 of those Twitch channel points and let me know how you want to add to that. We also appear to have gotten our pre-departure clearance. 6245 Midway 8 departure 3000 28-2. 250 knots until advised.
Runway to the left, taxi via Yankee.
Okay, so we can close up the ND8, we can close up the RNAV Yankee. Let's get the Midway 8 departure. It's just radar vectors. 3000 is the initial. So 3000, departure frequency 128.2, transponder is 6245, and departure...
Sorry, Midway ground.
Departure runway, probably just 22 left. Alright, we are trying to get pushed by about 4 minutes from now, so I am going to probably ignore the chat for just a few minutes while we get the aircraft ready to go. So I apologize for that, but bear with me and we'll get underway for our leg number 2 here. I do have the beverage round 2 here, but I gotta mix it yet, and we'll just take care of that once we're probably getting our APU fired up. Let's get an updated ATIS information. We don't have an ATIS information at Midway. Okay, well we'll just go by the last one that they had here, which means nothing's changed in terms of the configuration or weather, hopefully. Comm radios are already set. We're talking the ground. We got tower. We got tower over here. We're talking ground with 18.07, 35.2 is tower, and then 828.2 is our departure frequency, and that's already preset in our COM 1. So radios are good and set. Altimeter 3006, we already have that dialed in. Let's go ahead and get down here to the flight management computer and get the route punched in, and it's going to take a few minutes to do that, so let's hurry up and do that. We are at KMDW. We're going to, let's go to init-ref. Nope, hold on. Let's go to route.
November 1557 Golf.
We're going to KBWI. We're going to the departures and arrivals page. Departures is just the Midway 8, no transition. Believe they're departing 22 left. We'll go ahead and put that into the route.
Negative. I think I misspoke and said that to tower. But yeah, I'll taxi into Atlantic.
First point is going to be Luke, L-E-W-K-E, Lukey, Luke, whatever you want to say to there. G-I-J is the next one. I believe that's Gipper. O-10s, O-T-E-N-S.
Midway ground, Southwest 735.
Aniwa, A-N-E-W-A.
Aircraft looking for taxi.
And then Jerry, J-E-R-R-I.
Sorry about the wait. Cross runway 22 left on Foxtrot.
Cross 22 left on Foxtrot.
And then I gotta go to my other page to see the rest of this. And then it's Museum and the Anthem 5, which all comes off of BWI. Let's just get, they wouldn't happen to have somebody working it right now, would they? Oh, they do.
Midway ground, 15. Can we take a left?
3-3 left, okay. So we can kind of put that in now. Departures and arrivals, BWI, it's going to be the Anthem 5 from Museum, and then the ILS 33 left, and we are going to do that from... we're not going to need either of those transitions, actually. And we'll do it from Cools. No, we won't need either of those transitions.
Cross.
I'm going to need some pliers and...
well, alright, we'll just leave that. I can't seem to unselect that now, so...
What do you need ball bearings for? It's all ball bearings now.
I'll just put it in one sec. Activate and execute.
Southwest 735.
Execute. We'll go to performance initialize. Cost index is 74 because why not? Reserves for this one is going to be 5.4. That'll get us to Philly in case we can't land at Baltimore for whatever reason. Zero fuel weight, we'll just double click. It'll calculate in. We're going to go 370, I believe is what I put. No, I said 390. Well, all right, we're going to have to cap it at 370. So we will execute that, and one limit. We would derate to a lower thrust or a lower climb if we were able to do so, but still perform safely enough to do so. But I'm just going to leave it at full, since I don't care about saving fuel. I don't care about saving wear and tear. Center of gravity will double click. It'll populate at 6.5. It's there. 125. We have any safety critical items occurred prior to reaching 125 knots. We'll abort the takeoff. If we hit 125, we're taking all those issues with us. We'll rotate at 128 and go airborne. If we got 2 functioning engines at that point, we'll pitch to 156. 1 functioning engine at that point, we'll pitch to 136. Let's go ahead and get all this punched in. 156. Initial altitude 3,000.
9100, contact tower 135.2.
25.2, excellent work, Legion 9100.
There's no heading, so we're just going to assume runway heading at 228. So we're told something different. Okay, so we got the speed, we got the heading, we got the altitude. We got the auto throttle, got the flight director, we got the flight director. We are going to start into heading select and VNAV. We got traffic data already set, and then let's
Southwest 21.
Yeah, just run the range up until we can see where that point Luke is.
Midway. Taxi to the gate via.
So yeah, plan traffic and data. Auto brake set to RTO.
2 on left and 2 on right on kilo.
And transponder code and mode 6245.
Southwest 2187.
Ground exec 15, do you want us in tower?
Stay with me for now.
Copy, thank you.
Alright, so let's get the doors closed. I'm sorry, I'm missing some stuff in the chat right now. I will say a proper hello to everybody in just a moment. I'm just trying to get back on schedule here, so apologies to those of you who are in the chat saying hi and all the activity as well. I do appreciate the support of the channel, and I'll say a proper hello to you in just a few minutes once I get pushed back and get the engines fired up. Hatches and doors. Let's get the seatbelt lights on. Let's get the left inner fuel pump on. Let's get the APU on and started. Let's make sure our parking brake is set, although there's no reason it shouldn't be. Yes, it remains set. Up top, our window heat can come on. Pressurization, we're going to be at 37,000 feet today, so we'll just need to clear with the center controller that we're going to cap it at 37 rather than 39. And then Baltimore landing altitude is pretty much 150, so we'll set that. All right, let's come back and see. So Melvin says, yeah, something happened to your livery. I'm not sure what happened to my livery. I missed, if you were making a joke there, Melvin, I missed it, sorry. And who was that? So we got Post Toasties that hit the follow button there moments ago. So thank you very kindly for joining the channel. All right. So we got the APU electricity. Let's get the APU ISO valve open and bleed. And let's get the packs on as well. So now that we're providing several painters did part of their job. Are you talking about on the plane in the sim, or are you talking about in the Slant Artwork Adventure? It looks good enough for me. You know I'm not picky about that kind of stuff. So, yeah, so we can disconnect the ground services now. We'll do a real quick passenger briefing. We wanted to be pushed by 5 minutes ago, so we'll just get pushed as quickly as we can. Greetings from the flight deck. Welcome aboard flight Southwest Airlines flight 2514's service to Baltimore. We're going to be pushing back from the gate here momentarily. We were due to do so about 5 minutes ago. We're going to be underway maybe about 10 minutes late today. But we'll get underway as quickly as we can. Flight time once we're up, we're going to be an hour and 31. And we'll be cruising today at 37,000 feet. Weather here at Chicago is mostly cloudy skies, about 19 degrees with very light winds. We did have a little bit of a bumpy ride coming in to Chicago, so it might be a bumpy climb out. Hopefully once we get up to cruise, we get a nice smooth cruising altitude for you. But do fasten those seatbelts one extra notch for the departure, just because it might be a little choppy here in the Windy City. Other than that, we look forward to serving you today. We thank you for riding along on Southwest Airlines Flight 2514 service to Baltimore. All right, anti-collision light comes on. Wheel well light can come off. Igniter's right for eastbound. The rest of the fuel pumps can come on. The electric hydro pumps can come on. And let's set our pushback.
Southwest 2037.
We just switched service, now it's 957.
If we've got enough room to push.
Southwest 2037, taxi to the gate via Yankee. Cross runways to our left and to my right on Yankee.
Yeah, we're going to need to push onto Yankee, so we'll do that.
American 9852, sorry about that. You can continue your taxi via Yankee.
We'll request a pushback.
Continue taxi via Yankee 1 Yankee. And just to confirm, first 31 left and first 31 right. That is correct?
Affirmative. Cross to our left and to my right on Yankee.
On Yankee, cross 31 left, 31 right. American 9852.
Southwest 1437, contact tower 135.2. See ya.
Ground Southwest 2514 is pushing back from Bravo 15 onto Yankee.
Southwest 2514, hold position please.
Hold position 2514. Oh, you're picking on the state flag, Melvin. No, come on, man. This is the most awesome state flag in the Union. I will defend it to the death, man.
Southwest 2515, are you able to push back in the ramp area and stay clear of taxi to Yankee?
We'll see what we can do, Southwest 2514.
Midway ground, Southwest 1365 on Yankee 2, request taxi to the terminal.
Southwest 1365, can you squawk 3305, please?
Roger, 3305, it keeps changing for whatever reason.
Alright, so we got that changed. So hopefully we can do that. Hopefully there's nobody parked over there to the right. Okay, yeah, we're good. So let's go ahead and release the parking brake and hold.
1365, no delay. Turn left on Yankee.
Number 2, we'll get pack off and ground start on.
On ground, American 9852. Sorry, just to confirm again, also clear to cross 315.
Okay, we get 20% in. We'll pull in some fuel.
52, you're clear to call us both.
Thank you. Crossing 31 right. Thanks. This was to confirm. American 9852.
Yep, thanks for confirming. American 9852. Break. Southwest 1365. Taxi to the ramp via Yankee. Cross runways to our left and to our right on Yankee.
Taxi to the ramp via Yankee, cross runway.
Okay, parking brake is now set. Done with that. We're going to have to pull it back up when we need to release that parking brake, but we're good for now.
Midway ground up to 916, making the left on Yankee Hill.
Okay, number 2's done. Pack comes back on. Generator comes back on.
We're going to Concord
Pack
Charlie,
off,
Gate
ground
Charlie,
start.
2.
All right, so our airborne time was supposed to be right now, but that's okay. We will get up just as quickly as we can.
Yankee, cross runways 21 left and 21 right on Yankee, hold short of Papa.
Alright, gates via Yankee.
20% in, fuel comes up.
31 left, 31 right, hold short of Papa. That's on 9916.
All right, as the engine comes stable, we should hear the start valve click off.
Southwest 2514, Midway Brown, you ready to go?
Just about 2 more minutes.
Roger.
We can get the pack on, generator on, bleed off, valve closed, and the APU off.
Papa, disregard hold short of Papa.
Forever continue taxi until the 9916.
Okay, those fuel pumps, yeah, those fuel pumps can come off. Probe heat's on. Let's see, what else we need to do up here? Anything? Control surface check. Flaps 5, sets.
Midway ground, Frontier Flight 2404 is with you off of runway 22 left. We'll take the closest gate to us.
Takeoff trim 6.5.
Frontier Flight 2404, Midway ground, welcome
Probe
to
heat,
Midway.
and once again release the parking brake. We have to kind of come back in here.
Yankee Kilo.
Oh, nope, release.
Runways 2 on left and 2 on right on Kilo.
Okay. Hold the brakes.
Yankee Kilo Tango.
Config
and
check.
ready to get the rest. Sorry, Frontier Flight 24.
It's passed, and no master caution.
Aircraft calling takeoff in?
Frontier Flight 2404, I didn't get the rest of the call, taxi call. We got...
Frontier Flight 2404, taxi via Kilo, you're off Yankee now. Oh, hold position 2504.
Hold position, Frontier Flight 2504.
Frontier Flight 2404, turn right on Foxtrot, and left on Kilo, and left on Tango. Cross runways 2 on left and 2 on right on Kilo.
Foxtrot Kilo Tango, cross 2-1 left and right at Tango for Frontier Flight 2404.
Ground Southwest 2514, we're ready to taxi off Bravo 15.
Southwest 2514, runway 22 left, taxi via Yankee.
22 left via Yankee, Southwest 2514. Okay, cutting over hard because I just want to make sure that there's nobody coming up that taxiway.
November Lima Juliet, clear runway 22 left on Y2.
November 540 Lima Juliet, Midway ground, welcome to Midway, sea parking.
Weather radar, terrain radar. A little early for the TA and RA, but we'll go ahead and do that now as well.
Good day.
Continuous ignition. Looks like we're number 1 when we get up there. So I'm going to go ahead and alert the cabin crew. Then on departure 14-1, we got plenty. So taxi light, brake check, brakes are good. Transponder, weather, terrain, departure fuel, cabin crew alerted. Comm radio's ready, engine parameters normal, continuous ignition, and let's go ahead and say the cabin is secured. Here we go, guys. Alright, we're number 1, so even though we didn't get an explicit handoff, we are good to switch over to tower.
Southwest 2514, Midway Tower, you on frequency?
Affirm, ready to go.
Southwest 2514, roger. Turn left heading 140, wind 25010, runway 22 left. Clear for takeoff, traffic 737, 4 mile final.
Alright, we're going to roll immediately, and left turn 140, 22 left, clear for takeoff, Southwest 2514.
Southwest 1641, traffic company 737, departs priority arrival.
1641, Sophie.
And we'll take it on the roll. Alright, a little bit of forward pressure on the yoke. It's going to pin that nose wheel steering down until we get to 80.
Pitch at 990, Midway Tower.
There we are.
Wind 2408, runway 22 left, clear to land, following 737, 2 mile final.
Lee 1.
Runway 22 left, clear.
Up and away.
Positive rate.
Get pitched up to the V2 plus 20. Keep that to 1,000, and then we'll get the autopilot on.
Southwest 2514, sliding 140, contact departure 128.2. Good night.
Alright, going over to 140. This will be a left turn.
Hey, firm. Southwest 14 affirmative, left turn 140 and departure 125 point, correction 128.2.
128.2 left to 140 for Southwest 2514.
Southwest 1641, turn left at the high speed Yankee 2, contact ground 1 all.
Yankee 2, ground 1, 1641.
Okay, so not sure why the autopilot kind of failed me twice in a row here.
Visual for 22 left. Southwest 441, Midway Tower, number 2, following a citation, 3 mile final, wind,
Let's get over to departure.
22 left, go to land, and
Reduce speed to 210.
Reduce 210, Southwest 683.
Southwest 1959, turn left heading 36. Disregard. Remain left on the heading.
Alright, so we get back up, so do a little manual flying for right now. 140 and 3,000 and 250 knots. So just bear with me while I.
Southwest 1436, turn left, direct tack.
direct tack, Southwest 1436.
Southwest 1959, turn right, heading 100.
Just manually get it trimmed out here, and then we'll see if we can get the autopilot back on.
Reduce speed to 170, then descend and maintain 3,000.
Speed 170, then descend and maintain 3,000, Southwest 429.
Southwest 429, you continue on the eastbound heading 090, please.
090 on the heading, Southwest 429.
Okay.
Southwest 2514, you on?
We are 3,000.
Southwest 2514, radar contact, line maintain 15,000, turn left, direct Lukey.
Left direct Lukey 15,000, Southwest 2514.
FedEx 1706, you're over tax. I can't remember if I cleared you, but cross that, your altitude now, clear for the RNAV Yankee 22 left approach, maintain 170 knots.
Alright, clear for the RNAV Yankee number 22 left approach, maintain 170 knots, flight complete heavy.
Southwest 4390, continue that turn, and continue reduction speed, but maintain 4,000 for now.
150.
4,000, Southwest 4390.
And we'll aim it direct Lukey.
Southwest 1436, 5 miles from tax. Cross tack at 3,000. Clear RNAV Yankee runway 22 left approach. Maintain 170 knots until the final approach fix.
Affirm.
Heading
3,000 at tax cleared to
VNAV.
or RNAV 22.
And let's see if we can get it, the autopilot to take over
and
for us.
170 till final approach fix. Southwest 1436.
Okay.
Southwest 13390. Turn right heading 110.
Okay. All right. I think we got it under control now. So RTO can be canceled.
Heading 110.
Landing gear Continuous ignition. Okay, so twice now, engaging the autopilot at the very beginning did not work out for us. Let's now make sure we're actually direct Lukey and execute and LF.
Yes.
Okay, so had to fight the airplane to get it to do what we were told. But you see it doing something different than what you were instructed. Don't just wait and watch it. Take over, fix it.
Now maintain at present speed.
Down 3,000, maintain 170 knots.
So 2 for 2, that's what we had to do.
Southwest 683, maintain 3,000.
We're caught up with the aircraft now, though.
3,000 and down to 170, Southwest 683.
Coming up on 10,000, we can turn off forward-facing lights.
6,000, negative on negative.
FedEx 1706 Heavy, contact tower 135.2.
Cabin crew now. Do a pressure check as well. Make sure we're about 1/3 of the way up through the differential pressure. Cabin altitude climbing at a normal level.
You're calling a heavy
So everything's good so far. A little messy on that departure just because it started to turn the wrong way for completely unknown reasons.
Left 300 and we'll join the final approach course.
But all good.
Southwest 2514, contact Chicago Center on 126.47. 2514, main my frequency. Southwest 2514, main my frequency. That is called in.
I'm still here. We're also slowing it to 250.
Thank you. I'll get you done for sure. Chicago Southwest.
Completely forgot the 250. The 250 applies above 10,000 as well. I completely forgot that. I think I mess that up pretty much every time. Mess that up every time.
For 22 left, down 4,000, Alpha 1785.
1785, speed 250, please.
Speed 250, Alpha 1785.
Southwest 2389 Chicago approach, altimeter 3003, descend maintain 5,000, turn right, direct steer. RNAV 222 left, or RNAV Yankee 22 left approach.
Okay, down to 5,000, and you said spear for 2389?
2389 will be steer, Sierra Tango, Echo Romeo Echo.
Okay, direct steer 2389, and there's not an ATIS up for Midway.
Roger, I'll look into that, thank you. Southwest 1959, 3 miles from TACT, maintain 3,000, still established, cleared RNAV Yankee, 2 left approach, maintain 170 on a 4 greater until the final approach fix.
170 or greater until the final approach fix, and we'll maintain 3,000 for the RNAV 22 left for Southwest 1959.
Southwest 2514, starts to land, just waiting for a handoff.
No worries.
Southwest 441, south of Rural Lounge, heading 140 at 3,000.
Southwest 441, Chicago departure, radar contact, turn left heading 080, maintain 3,000.
Left turn 080, 3,000, and we're at about 210 right now.
Southwest 4390, turn left heading 250, join the final approach course.
Left turn heading 250, join approach course, Southwest 4390.
Southwest 1436, tower 135.2.
Tower 352, Southwest 1436.
Southwest 683, left turn 360.
So 2 big things happened there. Number 1, plane turned right when I was trying to get it to turn left. That felt like an autopilot issue. I felt like I had it set up correctly. But, when we saw it do something unexpected, we did intervene and get it back on course. And I feel like I did that fairly promptly. A little bit of trouble getting it stable at 3,000 and 250 knots. But then the other thing I messed up is that Midway 8 and the O'Hare.
Southwest 683, turn left direct tact.
The O'Hare departure and the Midway departure both say the same thing, and I knew that.
14 contact Chicago Center 126.47.
2647, Southwest 2514, we'll see it.
Southwest 4390, 3 miles from TACT, maintain 3,000, still established, clear to RNAV Yankee 22 left approach.
for
Yeah, only traffic indeed, JJ.
American 1360, are you able to expedite down fire at 9 or 1,000, or are you too high?
I can try.
So they both say
Roger,
maintain 250 until advised by ATC. That applies even when you pass through 10,000. And I always forget that the FMC in VNAV is going to just blow through that restriction, and it's going to accelerate once you get through 10. And if you aren't cognizant of this note for both the Chicago Midway and the Chicago O'Hare departures, you're going to mess that up like I just did. Fortunately, I caught it and I fixed it, but still.
Chicago Center, South 42, 4352, 1250.
The Center Southwest 25, 14, 15,000.
Southwest 2514, Chicago Center, I maintain flight level 390.
Can we make it 370?
Yeah, Southwest 2514, I maintain flight level 370.
I appreciate you. Southwest 2514, 370.
No problem. Alaska 143, contact Chicago Coach 135.
Okay, out of VNAV. And then back in. There's an altitude intervention button that would do that as well, but just kicking it out and back into VNAV does the trick also.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Sure, good evening. This is Ted Niner sending by the wind B 3 rep.
Actually, you didn't say anything about normal speed either. So I'm going to put it back at 250. Center South was 2514. Are we still at the 250 or normal speed?
2514, resume normal speed.
Thank you. Normal speed, 2514. Now it'll take a second. Alright, so passing 18,000, let's go into standard altimeter. Yeah, boosters engaged, right? Yeah, all that extra speed that we picked up got turned right back into altitude. But now we're passing, just about to pass 180, or yeah, 18,000, which becomes flight level 180 as we switch over from local to standard. We'll do another pressurization check. This differential pressure should be about 1/3 of the way up when you get through 10,000, about 2/3 of the way up when you get through 18,000, and then all the way up once you get up to cruise, and the cabin altitude is still climbing at a normal level. So everything's looking good with our pressurization.
Contact Chicago Center 126.87.
2687, Delta 31, 21 CU. Is it almost 4266? Can you please repeat the frequency?
Number 4263, the frequency 134.87.
134.875, that was the switch for 42.
Yeah, so we corrected the turn fairly promptly. You can see that it started to go right on us, and we grabbed it pretty quickly. If I go to the speed and altitude graph, probably a little bit all over the place there. Alright, well, we didn't do too bad. For the autopilot not doing what was commanded of it, we didn't do too bad.
13572, Merry Christmas, X 71.
Merry Christmas.
It does look like Midway was the correct choice. 5, 3, and 3 versus O'Hare 29, 22, and 19. So yeah, we chose wisely there.
114, Roger, thanks. Southwest 114, descend to maintain flight level 200, maintain 300 knots.
Chicago Center, Namaskaram, airing 126, passing 250, 290.
Air India 126, Chicago Center, climb and maintain flight level 290.
Climb and maintain flight level 290, Air India 126.
Flight level 7169, descend to maintain 9,000, field ground altimeter 299er.
We did it, guys. We did it, guys. And then the other thing was, you know, I had filed 390 It looked like in the real world, a lot of these Southwest flights going to Baltimore were filing 390 and 410, so I went with 390. But for whatever reason, our FMC said that 370 or 384 was going to be our maximum, so couldn't quite make 390. That meant that we had to cap it at 370 instead.
Chicago Center, Roger.
And so all I did was, once we got over to our center controller and got cleared up to our cruise, he cleared us up to what we had filed, and I just said, hey, are we able to amend that to 370? And he said, yeah, no problem.
9er, proceed direct river, cross river, flight level 200.
Guys, if you're new to the channel or have not been to the channel in a little while, we are running what we call our Slant Artwork Adventure activity. I must have bumped a switch here that got... What did I bump? Normal. Okay, yeah, there we go. So obviously I bumped the switch somewhere that got that nav display down there.
Endeavor 5202, sit early to cross Cinder, flight level 230.
We can move whatever we need to there. In case we lose a screen, we've got the option to move some stuff around.
Center, Delta 448, heavy, permission to step away for 5.
Delta 448, that's approved, report back.
And then whenever I go to check the control surfaces, these buttons should get a control surface monitor system up here, but for whatever reason these are inoperative, and I've gone through the options a number of times looking for that, and I have not been able to find where to enable that. Anyway, alright, so if you're new to the channel or if you haven't been here in a while, we're running an activity which we call Slant Artwork Adventures. Slant Artwork Adventures. Alright, so what we do is we start the very beginning of the stream with a prompt that we feed into ChatGPT to create some artwork for us. And I always start it with just a generic image that represents somehow what we're doing on that day's stream, right? After that point, you guys can modify that however you like. What you do if you want to modify that, you put in a modification or addition request to Slant Artwork Request. You go down to the bottom of the chat panel where you got the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points, and the button next to that tells you how many you have. If you got 500 or more, you can cash in 500, and that puts you in the queue to modify or add to our Slant Artwork Adventure. See if I can take you through the progression so far today. We started with a fairly standard adventure, or standard image rather. We have a Southwest 737 in the, and again, the Friday Night Ops event tonight is called Home for the Holidays, and it's hosted by the Chicago ARTCC. Well, my home is the Baltimore region, Baltimore, Maryland. So, and obviously we're flying the Maryland 1 livery for Southwest Airlines. This is based on a real livery. This livery does indeed really exist. JJ, I tell you what, if you just put a request in to do that, I'm gonna have you restate that in just a minute. I'll catch you up here. So this is what we started with. We got the Southwest 737 in Maryland 1 livery flying over the Baltimore Harbor. We then added Blue Crabs as the captain and first officer. All right. Then we did two things. We changed the we changed the first officer to the Natty Bow logo, and then we added what we call the crab boil going on in the harbor. And then I backed off the crab boil into just having some steamed crabs floating in the harbor because the boil was like really, really graphic and it was obscuring the buildings and such. So then we changed that to just some steamed crabs floating in the harbor. But because we floated the landing at Midway so badly, we added a drag chute, and I went ahead and made that drag chute branded with Old Bay seasoning. So there we go. That's our current one, JJ. So you're still first in the queue, but we've already got the crabs down there. So I'm going to have you go ahead and make a different suggestion as to how you'd like to modify. So this is our current one. We got the 737, we got the crab, we got the Natty Bow logo, we got the drag chute for Old Bay, and we got some crabs in the harbor. So go ahead and let me know. You are still first in the queue for the modification, so let me know what you'd like to add or modify to that image.
Southwest 114, proceed direct fire, maintain 250 knots, and descend to maintain 900,000.
I think you said 2014, not 2514.
Air India 126, contact Cleveland Center 135.72. Air India 126, contact Cleveland Center 135.72.
We need to add a pit beef sandwich with some tiger sauce. Well, I'll let JJ decide what we're adding. Of course, good fixings, you can get in on that action too if you would like.
Winner 7169, contact Chicago approach 135.02.
135.02 for Nolan 7169er.
Endeavor 1738, contact Chicago approach 135.02.
3502, Endeavor 1738.
Lufthansa 433, contact Cleveland Center 135.72.
135.72. Lufthansa 433.
But anyway, yeah, JJ, you're still first in line, man. If you want to go ahead and let me know what you want to change. Or you can just go ahead and take Good Fix's suggestion. I'll add that in if that's what you want.
5202, contact Cleveland Center.
You and I were thinking of the same thing. I don't know. Whatever Good Fixin said, do that. That works for me, brother.
And Center for Endeavor 1738, can you confirm that frequency one more time?
Yeah, Endeavor 1738, 135.02.
Sorry, 3502, Endeavor 1738.
Southwest 2514, contact Cleveland Center 119.87.
1987, Southwest 2514, we'll see.
Okay. Air India 126, contact Cleveland Center 135.72.
Fixin says, didn't mean to steal your turn. No, I think what happened there was JJ saw the first image and didn't realize that I was going through the entire progression. So he wound up suggesting something that we had already done. And then didn't have any other ideas. All good though. This is very much a team thing, right? This is not a competitive thing. This is a collaborative thing. I imagine JJ's got plenty of points also, more than likely.
Left heading 240.
Left 240 now, 14625.
Cleveland Center South was 2514. It's 352 going to 370.
Southwest 2514, Cleveland Center, hello, welcome.
Good Fixins is trying to work in the Wire reference. That's lovely. That's Baltimore at its best, of course. So far, we've kept to the positive things that Baltimore is known for. But I tell you what, we'll do whatever you would like, my friend. I mean, we can change it. It doesn't have to be. Remember, you can add to it or you can modify it. So we can modify what it is it's flying over if you would like to. I mean, if you want to go ahead and cash in the points, I'll figure it out, man. Let's see how JJ's turn affects it, and then we can decide. But yeah, if you want to cash in the points, good fixings, just based on what you just said, I'll work it in for you.
Yeah, 2465, maintain full screen 0 for now. 0 for now, United 2465.
Alright. Get the seatbelt signs off. Let's do a pressurization check. Right up under the red mark, we're good. Cabin altitude is just about to level off at what looks like about 7,500 or 8,000. Looks like it is just slowly but surely leveling off there, so everything appears to be normal. Yeah, good fixes. Go ahead and put your points in. I'll figure out your request based on what you said. That's good enough. We don't have to be too precise here. Let's take a look at what JJ added. JJ added the pit beef sandwich. The crab seating, the pit beef sandwich. Let's look at that a little bit bigger. There you go. Oh man, good amount of sauce on that sucker. That looks delicious, actually. All right.
At 2465, but maintain full of 300, turn right heading 270, and you're cleared direct to Nolan when able.
Up to flight level 300, direct to Nolan, Unit 365, 2465.
And thanks for the help, stay safe.
No worries, Unit 2465, contact.
Okay. That took a little doing, actually, now that I had to go through the whole thing and make a couple of little tweaks. Lindsay95 wants to make a modification. So, Lindsay, if you want to get in on this, what you do is you look at the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. And you got a little button next to that Alphabets serial icon that tells you how many of those you have. And if you cash in 500 of those, that's how you get into the queue to make a modification. If you don't have enough points yet, don't worry. It doesn't take too long to build them up. But once you get up to 500, you can cash those in, and then you can make a modification to the image. Sounds like a great idea. Lindsay wants to add a cartoon oriole and a raven flying alongside the plane. Those are brilliant ideas, Lindsay. I think you'll like this, good fixes. So let me read it to you. By the way, I guess I should do this first. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've reached our cruising altitude of 37,000 feet. We have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. And the cabin crew is now going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and some Maryland crab cakes. We will give you an update on the weather situation in Baltimore once we are getting ready to start our descent. But for now, sit back, relax, and enjoy. And thank you again for flying along with us on Southwest Airlines Flight 2514 service to Baltimore.
2542, and I'll talk to you next time. Happy holidays to you.
All right, so
See ya.
good fixins. Here's what I did. And I noted, so last time we had the film noir reference, and then we wanted to undo that in the following image, but we didn't specify we were undoing that. I just took it out. But it left it in because it interpreted my modify the image as take what we've already got and do this. So I've explicitly said, in this request, we're canceling the Inner Harbor references. I've said, please modify the image as follows. Southwest 737 in Maryland 1 livery with a blue crab as the captain, Nattyville logo as the first officer, flies past a Baltimore neighborhood representative of the TV show The Wire, and a number of steamed and seasoned crabs are scattered on the streets and sidewalks. And then the rest of it was the same. The captain's eating a pit beef sandwich with tiger sauce, and the drag chute with Old Bay deployed behind it. So here's how that turned out. And I hate to say it, it kind of nailed it. Okay? I hate to say it, it kind of nailed it. I'll tell you what, we did this, you guys who have been around the channel for a while, you may remember we did this about a year and a half ago, and we were using OpenArt.ai, I'm pretty sure. I keep saying that. I believe that's the one we were using. I don't 100% remember. I should probably check. But I believe that is the one we were using, if anybody remembers for sure. OpenArt.ai, I think, is the one we were using. And it didn't, I mean, it did what we asked it to do, but it wasn't as good about getting, A, the really specific references just right, and B, the image shapes. Whatever it was used as its training model at the time. Of course, it may have gotten better since then. But whatever it used as its training model at the time, a year and a half ago, the images all looked extremely like abstract art sculptures, and I've been saying it as they all looked like they were straight out of a Tim Burton nightmare. You know, the planes had very bizarre but like retro-futuristic structures to them, and you know, they didn't look quite right. They looked like something out of a Ralph McQuarrie concept sketch for, like, you know, Star Wars movies. So yeah, it was bizarre, and it didn't work quite as well. ChatGPT has done a fantastic job. Now, I did have to subscribe to OpenAI in order to get to the point where I could do unlimited images. So I'm your generous support of the channel, your subscriptions and your gift subs and your cheer bits and your donations now go to that, as well as the stream prizes that we do for our raffle giveaways and other special giveaways. But more than covers it, so don't worry about that. A lot of 737s in the air tonight, says Melvin Leary. Yeah, we were talking, Melvin, at the very beginning of the stream. Talking at the beginning of the stream about how
American 8471
one fewer excuse now exists for me to hold off switching from 2020 to 2024. As we were flying the 737-700 today in flights in 2020.
Did you want your final cruise to be 370?
Yeah, we need to stay here.
Alright, sounds
good. But yeah, on the day that PMDG dropped the 737-800 for 2024, you know, we had already planned to fly the 737-700 on 2020. Now, I do have 2024 installed, but I have not installed any of the aircraft, and I have not configured any controls. So my plan is to make that transition finally. I bought this thing a year ago, but finally decide to make that transition over the course of winter break here. So once we get into 2026, I am hopeful that we'll be doing most of our flying on flights in 2024 rather than 2020. You know, really, I've been holding off because two reasons. Number one, the sim just had a reported large number of quirks and issues that over the 4 sim updates that have come out since seem to have mostly resolved themselves. I think, and guys that are flying 2024, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there is still a bit of an issue if you modify the sim time. If you fly, if it's darkness and you modify it to daylight, doesn't it tamper with the weather settings if you do that? That's going to be an issue for me still, so we're going to have to figure that out before I fully commit to migrating over, if that is still an issue. Hopefully that's now resolved, but if that's still a thing, that might cause problems for me being on VATSIM. But the other reason is that the planes that we wanted to fly and the planes that we fly on the stream were not yet supported in 2024. So the 5 planes that I typically fly on the stream, and there's a handful of special occasions where I fly something different, but the 5 planes that I fly are the A2A Simulations Comanche, which we understand does work in 2024. The DC-6, the PMDG DC-6, which isn't yet officially released for 2024, but we understand it works with a few workarounds. Third is the Learjet, FlySimware Learjet 35 Alpha, which we understand was updated so that the 2020 version works in 2024, but also has a 2024 specific version coming out very, very soon. Fourth one is the BAE 146, which just recently, within the last maybe 2 weeks, got an update, so it is now supported in 2024. And then the fifth was this aircraft, the 737-700. We now have the 737-800 for 2024. I don't think, yes, the 800 is significantly bigger, but in terms of the flight systems and operation, they're essentially identical as far as I'm concerned. And so, yeah, I would not have had an issue transitioning from the 700 to the 800. Matter of fact, I was going to transition to the iFly Max as a plan if everything else had converted over, but PMDG was still holding out. I was going to switch over to the iFly Max as a backup plan to the PMDG 737, but I think now that the 737's out, probably we'll just stick with that. So Melvin says, before last night I would have said the weather bug was fixed, but I did have some issues in the Aerostar on Thursday. Could have been user error. I've been working on half brain power. Yeah, well, you retired, and now you're working harder than you did when you weren't retired. I mean, what are you thinking? That's the story for so many people, though, isn't it? The same thing happened to my dad. He retired, and he did it. Yeah, now I'm just tired, right? Yeah, I was retired, and now I'm tired. Normally you're tired, and then you're retired.
Center on 125.42.
Here, that was for. What was that for 2514?
Yep, Cleveland Center 125.42.
Gotcha, 2542, Southwest 2514, we'll see you.
Yeah.
Cleveland Center, Southwest 2514, flight level 370.
2514, Cleveland Center, hello?
So it looks like my colleagues at ZDC, they were on earlier because we checked when we left Midway. It's like, oh, I wonder which approach they're running at BWI. And we did find an ATIS up and running, and they were advertising runway 33 left. Looks like ZDC has packed it in for the evening, at least for now. But we can check the real-world ATIS and see. Ooh, wow. 3-3 right. They're doing 2 ADOPS. 15 right, 3-3 left, runway visual range, out of service. So why are they doing 2 ADOPS? What's the wind? Oh, there they go. 300 at 13, gusting to 20. So the wind is whipping up at Baltimore so badly that they're just running all jets on 2-8, landing and departing. 3-3 right would be just for the general aviation, which is weird because those two approach paths cross. So that makes it really tricky for them to run GA arrivals in the same time as jet arrivals. Wind is in fact bad in real life. Lindsay, are you a Marylander or a Baltimore native? By the way, I don't know if you're still saving up for those points. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a modification of my own. Awesome, yeah, I am as well. So I'm born and bred suburban Baltimore. I guess I shouldn't say Baltimore. I'm suburban Baltimore. I very, very, very briefly lived in eastern West Virginia, out in Martinsburg, which is essentially western Maryland. We all know that. But for the most part, I spend most of my time in suburban Baltimore. I spent a lot of time down in College Park. I'm a University of Maryland grad. Worked there for a while. Big Maryland basketball fan. Big Ravens fan. Of course, we got games of both over the weekend coming up. And I now live down on the Eastern Shore. I now live down just outside of Ocean City. So welcome to the channel, Lindsay. Good to make your acquaintance. I'll tell you what, if you're still saving up for the 500 points, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a modification myself to the image, but I really like your idea, so I'm going to steal it. So in effect, you're getting a free one here.
Charlie, Golf Echo, Mike Golf, Lima, Space, North Toronto, Center, Golf Line, frequency, have good day. Golf Echo, Mike Golf, Lima, Space, North Toronto, Center, Golf Line, frequency, change approved. Register determined. Echo, Michael. Have a good night and happy holidays.
All right.
United 429 contact, Cleveland Center 119.187, connect.
119.187, good night, happy holidays.
Okay, I made a modification. I took your idea, changed it a little bit.
Delta 1118 contact, Cleveland Center 119.
Okay, very cool, Lindsay. Yeah, so when I say just outside of Ocean City, that is exactly where I live. I live in Ocean Pines. I work for the city. Work in the city, work for the city. And coming up on 4 years down here. But yeah, that is exactly where I am. So those of you who didn't read the text, Lindsay says, thanks, I think you mentioned in an earlier stream that you live in Ocean Pines. I know it very well. My uncle has lived there for many, many years. Very cool, Lindsay. Next time you're down this way, give me a shout. We'll go grab a drink somewhere. Okay. Let me start by describing what I added. And again, Lindsay gave me the idea, but this is mine. So Lindsay, if you're still saving up for 500 points, you can put in a request to make a modification here, and you can do something completely different with this, all right? This was me stealing your idea, and I did it for free. So what I added when we talked about the neighborhood from the wire and the crabs scattered on the sidewalks, I said, additionally, the Orioles and Ravens mascots are walking down the street waving at the plane.
300-938.
And ChatGPT continues to knock these completely out of the park.
JetBlue 1144, contact Cleveland Center 119.8. 11987, JetBlue 1124.
Oh dear Lord, this is too funny. Right? I know, and a good fix is, it's so funny that you say that. That is a favorite phrase of ChatGPT. ChatGPT loves telling you that something that you said or did is chef's kiss. At least that's been my experience with it. That is too funny. The Amsterdam background, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I just said neighborhood representative of the TV show The Wire. Then there's a number of different places it could have picked. I don't know the show that well to know specifically what neighborhood it was set in, but yeah, there's a number of different neighborhoods that kind of fit that mold or that description.
730, contact Cleveland Center 135.72. Have a good night.
But yeah, it pretty much nailed it, didn't it?
13572 America 738.
Anyway, so yeah, and you know, Lizzie, like I said, if you're continuing to save up for the 500 threshold, or anybody else that is either new to the channel or new since we have changed the activity here, we used to have a raffle that was associated with the Twitch channel points. We still have a raffle associated with the touchdown rate in terms of feet per minute upon arrival, and we'll talk about that once we get established on the approach into Baltimore. But
2514 cross Lundy and the maintain flight level 290.
Lundy at and maintain 290 Southwest 2514. All right. 290. Just about 50 or so from top of the descent there. 290 is already the constraint that's put in there, so we can go ahead and just leave that as it is. But we have been cleared down to that point, so we're good. Yeah, so those of you who are new to the channel or have not been here since we changed the activity, this is one of our fifth one, I think, maybe fourth or fifth one. Yeah, fifth one or so. So what we do is we call this Slant Artwork Adventure. So instead of the Twitch channel points providing you a means to enter a raffle, now you still have a raffle that you can enter when we are getting ready to perform our landing, but the Twitch channel points are now associated with our Slant Artwork Adventure. So every single stream, we start with a simple prompt, one-sentence prompt that I create and I put into ChatGPT to create an image that is representative of the stream that we're doing that day, right? So I just said, you know, we're 737 in the Maryland 1 livery flying over the Baltimore Inner Harbor. That was where we started. What happens when you guys want to add to or modify that description is you can put in 500 Twitch channel points, aka alphabets points. There at the bottom of the chat panel, you've got that alphabet serial icon. You got the button next to that that tells you how many you have, and then you can click on that to get the option to cash in 500 and put yourself in the queue for a Slant Alpha or Slant Artwork request. And that's not immediate. I have to call on you because there might be multiple people in the queue. I might have my hands full with the aircraft or with the traffic on the scope or whatever we're doing that night. So it puts you in the queue, and then I will let you know when it's your turn. By the way, if you've put yourself in the queue and you think I haven't realized that you're in the queue, you can always use this command. Our very good friend Bob Ross will get my attention that somebody is trying to modify, and I haven't glanced up to see that there's somebody waiting.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
So if I hear Bob Ross in my ear, I'll know that means somebody's put a request in, and I haven't glanced up to see that there's somebody waiting. Now, sometimes I might just be too busy. Other times I might just miss it, you know what I mean? But anyway, so bottom of the chat panel, alphabet serial icon represents our Twitch channel points. Button next to that tells me how many you have. You can click on that to cash in 500 points, and that puts you in the queue for your modification or addition request. So when I call on you, you take the prompt that we had, and it starts, like I said, with one sentence that I create, but then each time someone adds, takes their turn, you can either add something to it, and again, not a paragraph, but a few words or another sentence, or you can modify what's already there. And as a matter of fact, you don't even have to have it fully conceptualized what you want to change. I'm not going to copy and paste what you put in the chat into the... I'm going to kind of put my own spin on it and kind of maybe interpret what you want, and I'll modify the prompt accordingly. So again, this is all just... like I said, it's not competitive, it's collaborative. So whatever it is that you want, stick it in the chat. I'll put it in word for word if it's ready-made. Oh my goodness. Well, we got the raid coming in from Mustafa's channel. Moose is here. We got Keithrick here. We got Tim Dog here. Good to see you guys. I was just explaining... Are we there yet? Not yet. We're just getting ready to get cut loose over to advisories on our way to Baltimore. ELW is here as well. So I was just explaining, we just recently, and for those of you who are either new to the channel, or if you are, or haven't been with the channel in the last handful of streams, we recently changed our activity that we do with our Twitch channel points. All right? Oh, you saw our departure from Midway, says Tim Dog. Fly787 is here as well. All right, so here's the channel activity. Let me explain this again. So at the beginning of the stream, I start with a sentence that I feed into ChatGPT to create an image, and that image is just an image that represents, and the idea is that it's going to end up being our YouTube thumbnail, but it's just an image that represents what we're doing that day, right? So I start with that one sentence, I throw it into ChatGPT, we see what the image is. And usually it's just a fairly serious thing. Like I said, one sentence. What you guys do is, if you want to participate, what you do is you get the Twitch channel points, aka the alphabets points. They're at the bottom of the chat panel. You got the alphabet serial icon that represents those. You got the button next to that tells you how many you have. If you have 500 or more, you can go ahead and click that button and put in a request to join the queue to modify or add to our Slant Artwork Adventure for the night. So once you put that request in and once I call on you, then you can let me know what you would like to add to the description. Not a whole paragraph, but a sentence or a few words. Or how you would like to modify the description. And again, I'm going to go ahead and make that interpretive for you, so you don't have to have it exactly worded, word for word what you want, but just give me the idea of what you want to modify or add to our artwork. I will show you an example here in just a moment, because it is such a fun activity. Let me do my cabin announcement real quick. What's the weather situation here in Baltimore? 290, 13 gusting to 20. 299 and I had already put myself in for 3-3 left. I'm going to change it to 2-8. Temperatures 2, which is what, mid-30s or high 30s, mid to high 30s, and very, very gusty winds with mostly cloudy skies.
Good evening, Cleveland Central United 1414 Heavy entering USA from Garn, flying west to Chicago.
United 1414 Cleveland Center, Roger.
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We have turned on the fasten seatbelt signs, and we asked you to return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts as we are just now starting our descent into Baltimore. The weather there showing mostly cloudy skies with pretty cold temperatures, upper 30s, and very, very gusty winds there at the airport. We do expect a fairly bumpy arrival, by the way, so we ask that you, when you get back to your seats and fasten those seatbelts, tighten them down one extra notch for me. It is going to be a little bit of a rough ride as we come down into Baltimore. We do expect to be on the ground in just about 25 minutes. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs. And we will get you safely on the ground as soon as we can. And again, we expect that to be about 25 minutes from now. Thanks again for flying with us on Southwest Flight 2514's service to Baltimore, Washington International. All right, so here's how our adventure has panned out so far. All right, and again, 500 points at the bottom of the chat panel if you want to get in on this. So I started it pretty simply, just a 737 with the Maryland 1 livery flying over Baltimore's Inner Harbor. And of course, we don't know why it's flying at 500 feet over Baltimore's Inner Harbor, but hey, that's what ChatGPT does, is it makes an image that's just based on your description. Okay, fine. We then added the fact that blue crabs, Maryland...
514, number space, southeast, Washington Center, south line, frequency change approved, have a good night.
Frequency change approved, Southwest 2514. Thanks for the service. We'll see you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and clear ourselves to descend via the Anthem arrival. I think that puts us at 4,000 if I remember correctly, but we'll verify that in just a moment.
Jump to 460.
Take it out of and back into VNAV. Okay, so there we go. It's going to continue. Continue now. All right, so we started with just the 737 in the Maryland 1 livery flying over the Baltimore Harbor. Again, the event tonight, the Friday Night Ops event, is called Home for the Holidays. So it just made sense, A, to schedule ourselves to fly to Baltimore, B, to create this image, Home for the Holidays, right? Using a livery that's representative of home, flying in a place that's representative of home. So that was what we started with. We then added the fact that the pilot and co-pilot, the captain and first officer of the ship, are Maryland Blue Crabs. So there we are. We got the Maryland Blue Crabs as the captain and first officer. We then added that the first officer was not a Maryland Blue Crab, but the first officer was the Natty Boh logo, National Bohemian Beer. Natty Boh, as it's known in Baltimore, very cheap and popular cheap beer throughout the city. We then also added a crab boil going on in the harbor water. So steamed crabs, seasoned with the Old Bay in the harbor. I then backed that off. I said just some steamed and seasoned crabs floating in the water because the steam was kind of obscuring the city. So we did modify that a bit, but we've also added, because we had a very, very floaty landing at Midway, someone said, well, you need to add a drag chute to that aircraft so that you can slow down once you touch down, especially at Midway. So I added the drag chute, and then I said, by the way, let's make that drag chute branded in Old Bay seasoning, which is what you put on the Maryland Blue Crabs when you steam it. We then decided to change, instead of flying over the Inner Harbor, we decided to make it so that we were flying over the wire. Oh, no, we added that the Blue Crab was chowing down on a pit beef sandwich with tiger sauce all over it. That was the next modification. Then we added it so that instead of flying over the Inner Harbor, it was flying over a scene from The Wire. Thank you, good fixins. And then we then modified it to add the Oriole and Ravens logo, the mascots rather, waving up at the plane. So that's where it stands now, and if you want to get in on that, you can cash in 500 of those channel points and then let me know what you'd like to do. Alright, so we are descending to the Anthem 5 arrival. So what does that mean for us? Well, number one, it means we should be on the advisory frequency 22.8 and coordinating with any other traffic in the area. I don't think there is any other traffic in the area. Nah, it's just us, so I'm not going to worry too much about that. And then 19.4 is the tower frequency at BWI, and so that's going to end up being our common traffic advisory frequency at the airport. So we'll get that dialed in and ready to go as well. We can do a monitor of the guard frequency just in case a controller pops up and wants to raise us that way. Whichever of my dogs is growling in the background, you need to cut it out. Hold on 1 second. 1 second, guys. 1 second. 1 second. Alright, sorry about that little sibling rivalry going on. Mama Slant has headed to bed. We're down below, what's the altimeter? 29906. Oh, and I do need to change to runway 28 here. Alright, it says drag required, but it's doing okay catching up with the speed in the path there, so I'm not going to worry about that. Let's go to departures and arrivals. Arrivals, unselect that. No, we want the ILS 28 from fins. I'm going to put that in the route and execute. Okay, and we are coming up on Eagle and Anthem. We've confused it. Okay, so we're now Eagle and then Anthem and Jabber and then Old Bay. Yeah, so now that we're going to 2-8, we're not taking this path anymore, or no, we're not taking, yeah, after fins, it would have been key, ropes, and hook. Well, now it's fins, and then Asher, and then Gramps. So let's make sure that that's all in there. And I was correct, by the way. The vicinity of the arrival was down to 4,000. Since I control at this airport, you would think I would know that off the top of my head. I'm glad I got that correct. Alright. Asher and then Grams at 4,000 vector. And then so actually what we want to do, we don't want actors and Grams, we want fins. We're going to take that fins and attach it to that fins and execute. So it's going to take us from fins right onto the approach. And I'll show you real quick. So we're going to land on 2-8, which is not usual. It's only used when there's very, very heavy winds out of the west, which is the situation we've got right now. The gate that we're going to is right along Tango. It's Bravo 15, I think it is. Bravo 6, rather. Bravo 6. It's right along Tango, but it's essentially a beam where Romeo would come straight into if Romeo came straight across. So as we come in, I guess probably... Yeah, I don't know if we'll come in Romeo or Foxtrot, doesn't matter, and then we'll just have to wiggle around and go into Bravo 6 there. But after fins, yeah, so fins just gives us a feeder onto McKay and Souls and Journey, and then we're into the runway. Minimums here is 343. We'll do some performance numbers. Yeah, we got to run through. We got to run through a real quick briefing here. Approach briefing 1. So frequency and course 109.7. and 285. Missed approach frequency and course, if we do have to go missed, is 115, 115.1 and 311 on a slight right turn. So 115.1 and 311 if we go missed. Missed approach altitude 2,600. Wow, that's the second time in a row that our missed approach altitude has been 2,600. Okay, we can go to our performance here. Actually, let's go runway 28 and fixed page. Let's put a 4-mile ring and a 10-mile ring. So we'll know when to start configuring for arrival and when we need to be fully configured for arrival. And then let's go to the initialize. So our final, we're flaps 30, 132. It's going to be our ref speed, but what's our approach speed? 132 is our ref speed, but our approach speed, normally you just add 5, but we got 13, so that's going to be adding 7, and then the difference between that and that is another 7. So we're going to add 14 to the ref speed to get the approach speed. Ref is 132, so approach is going to be 146. 146, and missed approach is 26. All right, minimums we said were 343. I'm going to spin that a ways down and get down to 343. Okay. Coming up on 10,000, so let's get forward-facing lights on. We'll leave the taxi light off for now. We'll go ahead and alert the cabin crew, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say cabin crew said that we're secure. The continuous ignition is a little bit early, and spoiler armed is a little early. We'll get the taxi light on once we are cleared to land or have announced our intention to land. Okay, let's run through our approach briefing real quick. Make sure I didn't miss anything. And I apologize. I'm going to be a little less than attentive to the chat as we make the rest of our way in, because I'm just going to have my hands full with the airplane. Approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach altitude 2,600 on the slight right turn. The legs, altitudes, and missed approach. Don't think we verified the missed approach. Is Yanni at 2,600 on the slight right? Yeah, okay, that is correct. So we're good there. We did not pick an auto brake. I think just a moderate number 2 auto brake is going to be fine. It's a nice long runway, and we do want to kind of roll out. I mean, we're not going to make it off by Delta, so if we're going to roll it out to Romeo 1 or Golf, it doesn't matter. So we don't really need. We can actually probably go to a. Well, we'll keep it as a 2. Minimums were set 343, ceiling and visibility. No visibility issues, broken at 4,700, so we should be well through the bases by the time we intercept. It is a very gusty wind, but it's going to be mostly down the center line. And then it'll be a right-hand turn-off if we make it down successfully. All right, friends. Alright, I'm going to make one final modification to our prompt here. Okay, one final modification going in, and that's probably going to close our Slant Artwork Adventure for the evening. But I will show you that final modification once we get down. Alright, and what is fins? Fins is basically a 3, 5. So that's a 2, 3.5, 6, 7, 9. Basically a 10-mile final if we're going to McKay. A 9.4. This is a 9 mile, yeah, 10-mile right base we'll call. So once we pass fins, we'll just call. Ooh. We got kicked out of a out of LNAV mode somehow. Looks like we're passing right over Martin State Airport as well. Yep, that's Martin State. Right there on the water. Alright, and I'm going to go ahead and start slowing us to 210 as well. Probably should come up with some lighting here, huh? Where's the lights for up top? I wish I knew. Goes to show how often I fly this plane in darkness, huh? Alright, let's clear ourselves down to join this approach. We're on 19.4. We got the raid coming in from All About That Space. Appreciate you guys joining once again. Just getting ready to come into BWI, Baltimore, Washington International. And I wish I could remember where the overhead panel lights were, but I guess we're just going to do with that. Baltimore traffic, Southwest 2514 is at about a 10-mile right base for runway 28, Baltimore. Since we are getting ready to intercept, I'm going to go ahead and slow it to 170. Since we're below 250, we can go flaps 5. I think it's 195 to go flaps 10. So we'll hold off before we do that. And then let's go ahead into approach mode. Alright, friends, you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch the runway surface. No bot command necessary for that, just a number into the chat. Positive or negative, we'll know that you mean a descent rate either way. And the closest predictor will get automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle, which will next be drawn on New Year's Day, actually. Are we descending via the glide slope? We are. Let's go ahead and get the gear out. And taxi light can come on as we have announced our intentions to land. So we said the refs 132, 146 is going to be our final. Or our approach speed, rather. 5 out. Okay, let's go ahead and slow it down. 146. And let's see if I can remember to turn the auto throttle off this time. Alright, ready? Alright, my aircraft. Landing flaps coming out, and let's do our landing checks. Below glide slope here. Let's get that sorted out. Below glide slope ends slightly slow. Once we rejoin the glide slope and put the nose down, the speed should come back up. Alright. Baltimore traffic, Southwest 2514 is 737, 700 on a 4-mile, we call it 3-mile final 28, Baltimore. Gears down in green, landing flap set and shacked. Missed approach altitude 2600 is not set, but that's what we'll go to if we go missed on a slight right turn. Cabin crew is alerted. Landing checks are complete.
$500. 400.
Start bringing it down to the ref speed. We are landing, by the way.
200. 100. 40, 30, 20, 10.
Come on. Floated and then dropped. Cancel the reversers and kick off the manual brakes that don't want to turn onto the crossing runway, so we'll just roll to the next one. Overall, execution was okay. Chased the glide slope a little bit. Procedural execution was pretty good. Alright, flaps and spoilers can be stowed. Flight director's off. Reset the minimums. Continuous ignition off. Flashy, flashy off. Baltimore traffic southwest 2514 clear. Runway 28 will be crossing runway 33 left on the way into the terminal, Baltimore. Oh, let's stay on the pavement. Another radar. It's a rain radar. Alright, and we're coming in on Romeo, so we're literally looking like right at our gate, but we're going to have to zigzag around to the left and then the right to get to it. You have another raid coming in? Oh, unfortunately, the raid from Cross Hyperroof is coming in just a touch late. Very, very sorry. Cross, hey, good to hear from you, man. Thank you for the continued support of the channel. We are taxiing in here at Baltimore, though, and we are getting ready to close up shop for the night. But I do appreciate the support. Hope that you all had a good one. And hope that you guys will stop back and see us. We got the messages there from Jake, we got Cross, we got Alexis Fox, we got JoJo, we got Full Metal stopping in and saying hi, and everybody else that came over with Cross's raid. Hope that you'll stop back and see us. Our normal show schedule is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, which is midnight Zulu on the day ahead. And mix of general aviation flying, airliner flying, as we see tonight, vintage and modern airliner flying. And of course, we also do some VATSIM air traffic control on the channel as well. So, good mix of stuff. If you want to see specifically when we're going to be on and what we're going to be up to, you can check out the full show schedule. It's underneath the About tab. It's also over on our Discord server. We got through the rest of this year posted for now, and then real soon, within the next couple of days, I should have our January schedule published for you as well. So, good to see you guys. Yeah, Baltimore said they were going to Disney. Well, no, not quite Disney. The other thing... The other thing that we've been working on tonight, guys, that have just stopped in, we've been doing a new channel activity that we call Slant Artwork Adventures, and I'll show you. So we have our Twitch channel points, aka our alphabets points, there at the bottom of the chat panel. Turn the taxi light off. So we're getting ready to turn in. Our gate is basically right here, a beam where Romeo comes in. So that ought to be this one here. Bravo 6, yep. Okay, good. So we got a new channel activity that we call Slant Artwork Adventures. So our Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. And don't do this now. We'll refire this up for the next stream. I definitely want to show you the results of tonight's because it is hilarious. So what we do is we start with a one-sentence description of an image that we feed into ChatGPT and have it create. And that image kind of just represents what we are doing for that night's live stream. Then, from then on, anytime anyone cashes in 500 of the Twitch channel points, the alphabets points, you end up in a queue to make a modification request to that image. And, when I call your name, you can just tell me a few words to add to the description or a sentence to add to the description or anything about the description that you want to modify. So that's how that works. And then just as the night goes on, it just gets more and more absurd and silly. And it ends up rather goofy. So let me show you tonight's. And I'm going to take you through the entire progression because it's just kind of hilarious the way it played out. All right. So this is what we started with. We started with the 737-700 in Maryland 1 livery flying over the Baltimore Inner Harbor. Right? Obviously, why would we fly at 500 feet over the Baltimore Inner Harbor? Who knows? But for the purpose of the Friday Night Ops tonight was called Home for the Holidays, hosted by Chicago. We flew through Midway, but my home is Baltimore, so I'm in the Maryland 1 livery and flying right over Baltimore's Inner Harbor. And this is actually a very detailed and accurate rendition of Baltimore's Inner Harbor. So that was what we started with. We then added that the pilot and the captain and first officer are Maryland Blue Crabs. So it added the Maryland Blue Crabs in as the captain and first officer of the aircraft. We then made the first officer the National Bohemian Beer, aka Natty Bo. That's kind of the Baltimore cheap beer brand of favor around here. So now we got the blue crab with the captain hat, and we got the Natty Bo logo as the captain, and we added a crab boil going on in the harbor. I then backed that off. I said, let's just do some steamed and seasoned crabs floating throughout the harbor without the whole boil because it just looks horrendous with all the fire almost going on. So we backed that off. But my landing at Midway was so hilariously floaty that they said, well, we need to put a drag chute on the back of that plane. So I said, okay, we'll put a drag chute on, but we'll make it branded as Old Bay, which is the seasoning that you put on Maryland crabs when you steam them. So there you go. So now we're branded as Old Bay for our drag chute. Well, then we added a pit beef sandwich. We said the Maryland Blue Crab needs to be chowing down on a pit beef sandwich, which is a Baltimore staple. Pit beef sandwich with some tiger sauce. So now he's got the pit beef sandwich there as well. Then we decided to take a turn, okay? We decided instead of flying over the Inner Harbor, we needed to be flying over over a neighborhood representative of the TV show The Wire. Like, we started going over what's the best of Baltimore. Oh, it's beautiful, the Inner Harbor. No. Let's show the worst of Baltimore. Let's show a neighborhood representative of The Wire. So that was our next modification. And then on top of that, we were like, well, you know what we're missing? We're missing the Baltimore Orioles bird and Poe, the Ravens mascot. So let's add them to the sidewalk waving up at the plane. And the last modification that I made that you guys haven't even seen yet, I was like, all right, to close out the show, can we please put it back at the Inner Harbor? So that's what I did. And so they're now flying, 20 feet over the harbor and walking down the Harbor Place Promenade there. So there you go. That is our Slant Artwork Adventure. And we do this now every single stream. And so if you want to get in on that, it's a little too late for tonight, but if you want to get in on that, it's you come back and visit us another time, and it's 500 of the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel, a.k.a. the alphabets points, and that puts you in the queue to make a modification request to the image. So that's how that's been working, and it's been a riot. It's been a lot of fun. And on top of that, I figure they make great images to use as the YouTube thumbnails when we upload these streams to YouTube afterwards. So there you go. So that was our adventure for tonight. Let's get the plane shut down, and then let's go over my predictions in terms of fuel and timing. I think we've been pretty close on those tonight, and then we'll go over your predictions to see who's getting an entry into our landing rate raffle, which whoever was closest to the descent rate upon touchdown. Again, I did float and slam this thing, so it's not going to be a terribly pretty number. I don't think we broke anything but not a terribly pretty number, as I was kind of chasing the glide slope a little bit at the end. So let me get the plane shut down, and I cannot for the life of me remember where the knobs are that put the lights on up here. I did get panel lights on, and then it goes to show, I know, Cross, you fly in darkness like every time, almost. It goes to show how infrequently I fly in darkness. So I think it's these here. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. Alright, for God's sake. I couldn't remember. But anyway, so alright, let's get the turnaround checklist done real quick. Taxi light, I think we already did turn off. Yeah, we did, so we can get the APU. Oh, then I didn't even get the APU on and started, so that was the one thing I missed on the inbound side. Flaps and spoilers, probe heat, windscreen, continuous ignition off. Yeah, we did that. Weather, terrain, flight directors, auto brake. Next destination, Chavez. Next destination is bed. Bravo Echo Delta. So yeah, we did get minimums reset. I believe I did get the transponder. Oh yeah, the transponder can now go into standby, and we'll just reset it to 2,000 now that we're here at the gate. Landing, turn off position lights. I think I did all that too. Back to steady. Yeah, I did all that. So the other thing I missed was the APU. Well, now the APU buses are indeed ready, so we can go ahead and switch those over. So APU on, we can get the APU bleed on and the ISO valve to auto. So now that we're providing electricity and air conditioning, we can go ahead and shut down the engines. Oh, yeah. No, the turnaround checklist. And I'll do the turnaround checklist, and then we'll kind of wrap up the stream, and then I'll do the shutdown. That's all I meant by that. So engine shutdown. We can come up top. We can get the fuel pumps off. We'll leave the left inner one on. Electric hydro pumps can come off. Anti-collision, wheel well lights can come on, anti-collision. Logo lights, yeah, logo lights, no, logo lights will stay on. Anti-collision, wheel well lights on, seatbelt and chime, that's the other two, okay, duh. Then we'll come down here, we'll get the ground services, let's get chocks on, let's get ground power and ground AC. Already got the transponder reset. Let's up top now, and we can shut off the packs and close the ISO valve. Shut off the APU bleed, and did we switch over to the ground power bus? Okay, yeah. Now we can turn the APU off. Let me turn the final pump off, and there we go. All right, so let's first check on my predictions. In terms of the flight time and fuel, and we got off, I think, what, it was about 10 minutes late, but we did indeed get down pretty much right on time at 11:07. Of course, it was a pretty expedited descent and straight in because there was no traffic here at Baltimore, so we wound up just making up that time and got down to 11:07. Should have 8,100-ish pounds left. We got 9,600, so we wound up being way more fuel efficient on the second leg than the first leg, and of course we were way up at flight level 370 as well, so that accounted for a little bit of savings, 1,500 extra pounds here at the end of the night, so that's good. And the timing worked out pretty much perfectly. All right, so what were your predictions in terms of the descent rate upon touchdown? Yeah, floated and then dropped. Just did not get the flare timing correct at all there. Chasing the glide slope, had some extra speed. Of course, we had those gusty winds, so we had an elevated V approach speed that we were still working to get down to the VREF speed, and in that process I kind of lost track of the glide slope and had to dive a little bit for it. So that accounted for a bit of a late and panicked flare, and then I overflared, and we kind of hovered above the runway and then dropped down. So that was what accounted for that 265. Again, not terrible, but just not nice and buttery smooth like I was hoping to close the night on. So anyway, what were your numbers looking like? 122, 118, 200, 143, 100, 147, 251 was Jake from Area 251. And yeah, so that's going to be our winner. Just 14 away. So let me copy that username down just precisely, just so I know how to reach you in case you are the winner. You don't have to be present when we pull these. We're going to pull the winner on New Year's Day. So if you don't happen to be here that day, that is fine. But Jake from Area 251, KBWI on 12/19. So you're now entered into our monthly landing rate raffle. Next one will be pulled on New Year's Day. And by the way, I don't think I've even said all night, if you happen to be the winner of our landing rate raffle, which we do every single month, choices are any one of the prizes off of the Slant Alpha prize vault. We got the Slant Alpha t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag. And if you choose any of those, I will ship your choice, your one-item choice to you at my own expense. You also have the option to choose an electronic gift card at Amazon or xplane.org store or to simmarket.com. We truly do appreciate all of the support of the channel in terms of the donations and the subscriptions and the gift subs and the cheer bits that help us continue to be able to offer these monthly prizes. So thank you so much for that. And of course, now you're also subsidizing my OpenAI subscription so that we can do hilarious things like Slant Artwork Adventures. And ChatGPT has been nailing these out of the ballpark. So kudos to that service for really just doing such a wonderful job with those descriptions. All right, friends, let us go ahead and close the rest of the aircraft down and go ahead and wrap up. We've got to see, what am I doing next? What's the next on our agenda? So we're going to be back on Monday. Again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. That's the normal show schedule. Full show schedule published under the About tab. Also over on our Discord server. And talk about what's coming up next on the stream, and then we'll figure out who we're going to send a raid over to. So bear with me on that. Hang on. Gotta find somebody who's not just about done here. Alright, so, anyway, let me grab the shutdown list and we'll close up the aircraft and we'll call it a rest of the night here. Jump up top, let's get the emergency lights unguarded and off. The yaw dampers, IRS knobs, yeah, all yaw damper kicked off. Sometimes it'll kick off on its own if you shut down the IRS knobs. Logo lights, position lights, wheel lights can all come off. Ground powered bus can come off. And the battery can come off. Battery is going to be a little tough to spot now. Is that there? No. There we are. Alright, so battery is now off. Let's go ahead and get down here and close all the doors and hatches, because some of that happens automatically if you shut the aircraft down. Go to actions and doors. Yeah, go ahead and close those. Oh no, they had already closed. Okay, well, we'll close them again. Alright, so the doors are all closed already. And then we will go back to our ground services. And we can disconnect our ground power and our AC, but we will leave the wheel chock set. And then I think we are done. Right? Alright, well, very good, friends. So, there we are. Didn't do a half bad parking job for not having a marshal over there. there we are. So Chicago said home for the holidays was the name of the game tonight, and so that's exactly what we did. All right, friends. Well, I'll tell you what. Thanks very kindly for riding along, and we appreciate you hanging out with us. We appreciate all of the participants with our Slant Artwork Adventure. Man, it turned out great. These have been so much fun. So what a great activity. Again, we tried it a year and a half ago or so, and it worked, but it didn't work great. But I think we made a few tweaks to it, and it's really a lot of fun now. And of course, we've got a great audience that participates with that kind of stuff as well. So that's been a lot of fun. Hope that you guys are enjoying it, and we'll continue to do that as our channel activity each night. The next flight we've got is going to be on Monday. We'll be back in the PMDG DC-6. We are going to be flying along on a Moncton Monday event. We're going to take off from Boston. We're going to fly up to Halifax, Nova Scotia, and then we're going to continue on up to Gander. This is a historic real-world route, essentially, and we'll talk more about that on Monday as to where we got the inspiration for this from. But that is going to be the plan for Monday, the PMDG DC-6 Boston to Halifax, and then Halifax to Gander. So I hope that you'll stop back and see us. It'll be 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time on Monday. And again, that full show schedule is under the About tab or over on our Discord server. In addition to the Discord, we've got our YouTube. The link just appeared on the lower left-hand side of the screen, but it'll be back here in just a moment. But that's where we have many of our old flight broadcasts archived, but also a playlist called VATSIM Tutorials. There we go. Check that out if you're interested in getting on VATSIM, but you need some guidance on what to say to controllers, or how to read sectionals, or how to put a route together, how to file a flight plan with all your equipment codes, all that stuff. We've got some good guidance over there. Of course, those of you who came over on the Cross Hyperview raid, you know that he's very, very good in terms of the tutorials and instructional guidance that he provides you as well. So we are try to be two foxes of a feather in that regard, although he's a little better looking in the fox costume than I am. But yeah, good some resources over on our YouTube channel, playlist called VATSIM Tutorials. Feel free to check that out, ask any questions you have in the comments, or find us on our Discord. All right, that's going to wrap it up. We already told you about what's next. I'm going to go ahead and send the raid over to Sky 173. He is landing in O'Hare. I think the event's probably ending, and he's right on final, so I'm going to go ahead and get that raid started right now so you don't miss it. Raid Sky _173. So we'll get that started. But yeah, make sure you tell him that we said hello from the Slant Alpha channel. And guys, we will see you back on Monday. Yeah, great holiday week coming up, R6 Chavez points out, right? So I hope that we'll be able to get to see you. But of course, if you're out for holidays, don't feel obligated. Just check in when you can. Guys, and all of your travels and adventures next week during the holidays, please be happy and healthy and safe. Take care. Good night. Thanks again for hanging with us. Tell Sky 173 we said hello, and we'll see you Monday. Good night.